up at each game will decide their fate and our next world champion. Who will deliver? Who will steal the show? Who will go above? And who will go beyond? The answers will be revealed one pitch at a time, and you won't want to miss any of the action, especially as we find ourselves asking one final question. Who will be the one? Go to MLB.com/postseason to find out where to watch. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
GOP Congressman Jim Jordan is refusing to give up his chance for the gavel. A third vote for House Speaker is set for today. The Phillies lose Game 3 of the NLCS to the Diamondbacks in Arizona in a 2-1 score. You may be able to catch a special celestial event this weekend. The Orion's meteor shower hits its peak at midnight tonight.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me for years talk about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements. After making their omega-3s as part of my daily routine, from supporting heart health to promoting pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Jeff. He says the benefits of Rescue Omegas are worth it. Helps reduce my inflammation and lower my cholesterol. Been taking it for years. See, people like Jeff have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Use the code online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3,
Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter.
Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, October 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Daniel Valdez, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Loaded show today. Apparently the Philadelphia Phillies are human. They can lose a game. I did not know that. But that was actually a thing yesterday. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Did you enjoy our fearless leader's presentation last night to the American masses?
Oh yeah, I know it's your big take today. So
it's more like a little take because it was so predictable that it was just a shriveled up little take. but we will get to that. Gregory, how are you?
You know you owe Dawn $40, right?
I owe her 40, you 20.
No. I said.
How about Odyssey just keeps my paycheck this week?
I said that I would give my winnings over, just sign them over to Dawn if the Phillies lost, or if the Phillies lost.
That's true.
The Phillies lost.
They did. They did.
$40 richer is Miss Stenslin.
That is correct. Dawn, I think it'd be a great opportunity to take that $40, throw it in the crock pot, get some chili going in the slow cooker. Just a suggestion, but we got a lot of stuff to get to today. Obviously, Joe Biden in prime time last night. Also, some unbelievable numbers with Joe Biden and some new polling data with swing states and battleground states that favor the former president over the current president. We'll get to Jim Jordan as day 3 did not go as planned.
Hot mess.
Hot mess. That's one way to put it. That is one way to put it. And Trump derangement syndrome cases are on the uptick, including Rachel Maddow with one of the most outrageous comments you'll ever hear from somebody that has Trump derangement syndrome. And Cher's back in the news as well.
Who?
Cher.
No.
Like Sonny and Cher.
No,
her.
No, I got it.
Didn't know she was still around.
Didn't you just hear Jimmy Fallon's funny commentary?
I did, which is really good. So we'll get
so
to that.
Funny.
He's the best. And then apparently with Victoria's Secret, they never got the memo that woke never succeeds. Apparently Vicky did not receive that memo. So
wait, Victoria's Secret went woke?
No.
Who knew?
I mean, well, not anymore.
Imagine ditching hot, beautiful women in lingerie for something else.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say, let's lose all of our profits? You morons.
We could have told them that.
I know.
You probably paid somebody, some consultant, a fortune.
I know. And when it wasn't me. There's consultants out there making all sorts of money for bad decisions. But I digress. 6:05 Friday morning. Let's get it going. And, oh, by the way, the debut this morning at 9:30 of essentially 2 different segments. We are going to do a Greg Stocker email bag.
The mailbag.
The mailbag.
Uh-oh.
And a Ask Us Anything segment that I believe will come via YouTube, Twitter, and the phones.
Oh, no.
Which is basically a free-for-all for you to put us on the spot with bizarre questions, and any one of us will have to answer them on the fly.
Who signed up for this?
No, it wasn't me.
Wait a minute. The listeners can ask us whatever they want to?
Apparently.
I don't like this.
Working in new wrinkles on a Friday.
Am I supposed to be the boss here? Why do I get no say? Where are you? Hello?
I don't know. It's be out of my pay grade.
This is. And what time is this happening?
9:30.
I have to leave early today. I forgot to tell you.
I've got a meeting at 9:15. Valdez will be in here.
Yeah, it's true. He can answer all my questions for me.
Great night last night at Parks. Zioli, the crew out there. Good times indeed. And I got home just in time to catch the DVR of Joe Biden. So I broke that down like a NFL analyst watching the tape, and I'm disgusted.
Chris Forsyth already on the YouTube chat says, this is going to go downhill real quick.
Yeah.
Boy.
I might be pivoting to cut sheet part 2 super quick today. Well, without further ado, let's get the news. The great Dawn Stenslin at 6:06 on a Friday.
Yes, and good morning this Friday, October 20th. We'll get to our Philadelphia Phillies and all the lowlights on that one. The funeral arrangements have been announced for Officer Richard Mendez, of course, gunned down while in the line of duty last week in Philadelphia International Airport in that garage. So there will actually be 2 different events next week honoring the 22-year veteran of our Philadelphia Police Department. Public viewing is Monday, 5:30 in the evening till 8:30 in the evening, Givnish Funeral Home, Academy Road, Philadelphia. Then Tuesday's second viewing will be from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul. That's on Ray Street in Philadelphia. And then the funeral service for Officer Mendez will be immediately right after that. They're pointing out, and they're putting this out, that the seating inside the Basilica is reserved for family, friends, law enforcement personnel, dignitaries. It is expected to be packed, and if you know the Basilica, it's huge, but you're going to have law enforcement from not just here in Philadelphia, across the region and from across the country.
I actually saw, leaving Parks last night, an individual coming in with a navy blue T-shirt, big yellow letters with the Philadelphia PD badge logo saying, "Pray for Officer Mendez's family." Very touching.
Yeah, so many beautiful tributes. And if you're just joining us or you didn't hear what happened, Officers Mendez and Raul Ortiz had just arrived at work about 11 p.m. last Thursday, a week ago. They heard breaking glass, then witnessed several people, armed thugs, breaking into a car in the parking lot at Philadelphia International Airport. That's when, of course, they went into action and a confrontation ensued. The two officers and one of the suspects were shot as they all were firing upon the officers. So Officer Raul Ortiz continues to heal from his wounds. And as we've told you, he received a wonderful standing ovation at our Phils game. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they need to fly him to Arizona and honor him again, as well as maybe get our Phils fired up as we lost last night. We'll talk about that in a moment. I did want to let you know that although we're going to talk, everybody's talking in the nation about what happened with regard to the third vote that didn't happen, Jim Jordan, House of Representatives in D.C. But did you know about that chaos that happened in Philadelphia City Council yesterday? For example, they took up a resolution condemning the brutal, deadly Hamas terror attacks on Israel, and pro-Palestinians were demonstrators were there to testify against this resolution. And that's when all you know what broke loose, yelling, disruptions. They had to cut off the testimony. So Philadelphia couldn't even get it together to actually come together and vote and say we want to condemn the deadly attack against civilians.
Sheer madness. 2 weeks in, I'm still befuddled by it. I don't get it. Because polling numbers say most Americans support Israel. But yet again, it's like the select vocal minority percentages that just show up and cause chaos.
It's a sin.
It is.
So that's Philadelphia. We take you to the House of Representatives, D.C. A lot of chaos in that house. We got to get our house in order, whether it's Philadelphia, Republicans in D.C.
Yeah, this is why I have an apartment. I'm all housed out, if you know what I mean.
Get it together. So apparently we're hearing that Jim Jordan is not going to give up. And so they're allegedly going to have this third vote. I don't know. It sounds like it's over. Everybody's digging their heels in.
Where's that meme from Rocky IV with what's his name going, throw in the damn towel?
Yeah, the guy next to Paulie. He throws in the towel.
Yeah.
And it's a little too late for Apollo.
Exactly.
Wow.
And in a moment, you'll hear, of course, our Nick Kayal, his big take on Biden's, or little take. It'll be a little shriveled take.
It is.
What?
Which I'm...
It's a little shriveled one.
A little shriveled one?
It's like a 4-minute big take. I couldn't even get 7 minutes out of Joe.
Wow.
Yeah.
So...
But we'll have conversation
We'll have that in
on
a
it.
moment.
Yeah.
But we have to get to our Philadelphia Phillies and talk about last night. And you know what? We tuned in, and I don't even know, it was like the 8th or 9th inning. They hadn't scored. And I thought, okay, we're going to win this one. Maybe you thought that too. Nope. Diamondbacks defeat Phils 2-1, Game 3, NLCS. They're in Arizona. They did have this really cool pool which was very neat in the dugout. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not.
Yeah, it's...
That's awesome. What a great idea.
Yeah.
Did they have the...
It's not baseball, though.
I was listening to the game on WIP heading over to Parks. Did they have the roof closed for the whole game, or was the roof open? Do we know?
I think the roof was closed.
Okay, because then that explains why they hit no home runs, because the ball doesn't carry as far when they close that roof.
Well, that center field too is even one of the announcers on the TV said something to the effect of, if that was Citizens Bank Park, that would have been
gone.
Yeah. But yeah, it was.
I figured Arizona was going to get one. I picked the Phillies in 5, so they got one last night.
Well, yeah, they're not going to go undefeated. I mean,
I know.
Like, that doesn't happen in baseball.
No.
The good thing about baseball is that, one bad loss and you're back at it the next day.
I know, it's a marathon.
Yeah, you don't need a week to stew over.
Right.
So do we have a little highlights or lowlights?
Yeah, this is the final out.
Speaking of little takes, let's get to the Phillies.
The walk-off last night for Arizona. This is how it sounded on 94 WIP.
Marsh, a few steps towards the line and left. Rojas shaded the other way as well. 0-1. Kimbrel kicks. Here's the pitch. Swing and a line drive center field. Game over. Marte wins it. And we've got a series.
Yeah.
As the Diamondbacks walk off the Phillies. 2-1 on Ketel Marte's third hit of the day.
It was a pitching duel. I
Yeah,
mean, it really was. So.
Might need Fransky on my board saying just game over. I'm going to play that for Jim Jordan after every round of votes. Game over, Jim.
We struck out 13 times.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't hit.
You know what?
It was a pitching duel. And by the way, the umps had some bad calls.
Oh, did they?
Really bad calls.
Well,
Yeah, blame the umps. Now you're taking a chapter out of my book.
No. The Phillies need to hit. I'm just saying that there was a lot of check swings that you know what I mean?
Yeah. Bullpen game tonight. I expect runs.
Yeah.
Well, my husband bought tickets for Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
I think all of us. I think we take a road trip.
I'm in. I'm still
take
waiting
a road trip.
I'm still waiting for you to bring me lunch or dinner one day, much less a Phillies game.
Yeah, Nick,
I won't hold my breath.
Don't hold your breath or anything.
Well,
I just pray that Dawn responds to my text from time to time.
I did last night.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
One in every 500.
Because the boys didn't have a paper or something.
Yep.
All right, 58 degrees. It's ugly out there, and I'm hearing about more and more. There's some accidents, including on the Schuylkill westbound, so be safe as you're driving in. Mama Zioli always says, be safe, baby. 58 degrees, cloudy, rainy, scattered showers today. You know what? There are some changes in the forecast, and it's not as bad as we thought, okay? So today, 71 degrees, even though it's this raw, rainy morning, we're actually going to see sunshine this afternoon. So the clouds are going to break for some sun this afternoon, 71. Tomorrow, yes, we'll wake up to some rain. It'll be kind of a nasty morning. However, we will clear out 65 degrees, and we will see the sun. The only difference is it's going to be quite breezy, quite windy tomorrow, so it won't really feel like 65 in the afternoon. And then for Sunday, quite cool, 59 degrees, but partly sunny skies. Monday, if the Phils have to come back home and play back home for Monday, Tuesday, we're looking at bright sunny skies for next Monday and Tuesday in the low to mid 60s. That's your NBC 10 First Alert forecast. You are listening to Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Friday morning, last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, President Biden in prime time. Joe Biden addressed the nation last night at 8 p.m. from the Oval Office as the president gave a speech on the United States' response to the Hamas attacks on Israel, as well as an update on the war between Russia and Ukraine. And I have many takeaways from the horrific presentation as, once again, the 46th president of the United States misses the mark and fails to set a tone that most Americans can relate to, rally behind, and identify with. I actually felt a mild tone of Joe Biden kind of scolding Israel in a way. Did anybody else sense that? You know, this caps off 2 weeks of shows in which I am still scratching my head over the amount of people, whatever the percentage may be, that are not 100% backing the Israelis over what Hamas did to their people. And the question needs to be asked, why is Joe Biden so timid and afraid of ruffling the feathers of a nation like Iran? And speaking of Iran and the weak, fragile leadership of the Biden administration, the Iranians are now in business with the Russians when it comes to the sale and acquisitions of drones. That should make the Ukrainians and the Israelis, as well as Americans, feel quite comfortable. Hashtag sarcasm. And speaking of Russia and Ukraine, how is it that Joe Biden spent probably more minutes on the never-ending, nonstop funding war between Russia and Ukraine than this savagery that occurred just 13 days ago? Americans now more than ever have never given less public support for the Russia-Ukraine conflict when it comes to America's financial aid packages. I get the sense that Joe Biden is kind of using Israel as some sort of a half-hearted prop or a shield to further justify and further fund what's going on with Ukraine. But let me get back to Israel and Hamas, because that should have been the crux of last night. Take a very quick listen to 46 making a bold yet factually incorrect statement. Listen and watch.
Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people.
Actually, Joey, the Palestinians elected Hamas in a landslide. If you do a little bit of research, they carry 76 seats in their parliament. So they do represent an overwhelming majority of Palestinians. Again, defending the terrorists, not the victims. Then Joe would get it back to Russia and Ukraine. Here's another powerful prime example of the most powerful man in the free world taking another L against the teleprompter. Listen and watch.
And if Putin attacks a NATO ally, we will defend every inch of NATO which the treaty requires and calls for. We'll have something that we do not seek. Make it clear, we do not seek. We do not seek to have American troops fighting in Russia or fighting against Russia.
Real convincing, Joseph. I don't think you were supposed to say make it convincing there. That was added for notes of emphasis, but I digress. I'm sure Putin and others heard what Joe said and decided immediately, you know what, Joe Biden, he speaks softly and carries a big stick. It's time to end all engagement with the Ukrainians. Let's bail out. I'm sure the Middle East saw that and said, you know what, ceasefire, baby. No more attacking the Israelis. But the amount of time Biden spent in this address to the American citizens talking about giving even more money to Zelensky is staggering. Did he even talk about for more than 10 seconds the rise of anti-Semitism going on all over major cities in America and the hate speech that's being spewed on college campuses? J.D. Vance of Ohio making a great point, tweeting the following: what Biden did in what he is doing is disgusting. He's using dead children in Israel to sell his disastrous Ukraine policy to skeptical Americans. They are not the same countries. They are not the same problems, and this effort to use Israel for political cover is offensive. Basically, Israel is now the human shield that Biden is holding up to further advance his war and his funding of Ukraine against Russia. If the goal of the administration was to make America look even more inept, weak, and clueless, I would say mission accomplished. If the goal of the administration was to ease the anxiety of Americans worried about the start of World War III, I would say mission failed. But then again, did you expect anything less? I'm actually glad I didn't watch it live in real time and I was able to DVR it because it left me unsatisfied as usual. But this is the same administration that just yesterday doxed special ops forces in Israel on a social media post, seemingly by accident, but obviously a clueless decision, only adding fuel to the fire that this could be the most inept, clueless administration in American history. But in conclusion, let's hear Joe Biden standing up for Islamophobia almost as if the cue card on the teleprompter was written by Squad Dems. Listen and watch this.
About their daily lives. And I know many of you in the Muslim American community, the Arab American community, the Palestinian American community, and so many others are outraged and heartened, saying to yourselves, here we go again with Islamophobia and distrust we saw after 9/11. Just last week, a mother was brutally stabbed. A little boy, here in the United States, a little boy.
And here we go with Joe Biden once again missing the mark, burying the lead, and remains completely tone deaf. Actually, it was such a bad speech last night that if I was an advisor for the Biden administration, I would have said, let's hold off on this speech until maybe Sunday night. Joe just traveled to Israel. He's older than you know what. Let's give him a few days to recover and maybe get his whereabouts with him a little bit better, let him rest up a little bit, and maybe sell home his speech on more rest. But you get what you vote for. Not this audience, but clueless Americans in general. You get what you vote for. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, we will have some thoughts and reaction to what we watched or witnessed last night, and we will do so on the other side. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Social media, Instagram and Twitter at 1210 WPHT, and of course on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons to be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll continue on with Joe Biden and the disastrous administration that is, as well as some terrible polling numbers. But if you're a Trump supporter, you're going to like what you hear yet again. That's coming up next. But you're also going to like what you hear now if you're in the market for a truck. I'm talking about the 2023 Honda Ridgeline Black Edition from Piazza Honda of Springfield. It's been about 5.5 months since I got into this beautiful truck. And if you're a truck person like me, now's the time to visit Piazza Honda in Springfield. If you can't get to that location, that's fine. Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading to take advantage of 0.9% APR financing. But if you're not a truck person, that's fine as well. The Honda Civic, the Accord, the CR-V, and the newly designed SUV, the Pilot. It is absolutely gorgeous. And the Piazza Auto Group now with 17 brands and 35 locations. It's my go-to For all things automotive, to find your new or certified pre-owned vehicle today, just check them out online, piazzaautogroup.com.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotics Assessment in Walmart today. Now in the foot care aisle.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in, and the great people at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door or window you buy, you'll get a second one at 50% off, and you can mix and match the savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Well, you save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier for you to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. Offers for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra with a tribute to Philadelphia sports fans at Springfield High School in Delaware County, Saturday, November 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
If you're a dental professional, we have news for you. The Do That Dental Group, official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, is growing and looking for dentists, registered dental hygienists, dental assistants, and patient coordinators. Be part of something bigger and better with the latest advanced technologies and premier benefits for team members with paid time off, medical, life and disability insurance, flexible spending, 401k, bonuses, and more. Help Do That Dental Group keep the birds and their fans smiling this season. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.27 Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Heading until 10 o'clock this morning. What's on the cut sheet at 7:45? The debut of a possibly weekly Friday segment Mailbag with Greg Stocker and ask us anything, and it could go terribly, terribly bad. But that's what we do on this show. We don't run from the commentary, the criticisms, or the critiques. We take them head on. And this could lead to all of us being in a very precarious situation around 9:30. Have that dump button ready, by the way.
Uh-oh.
855-839-1210, the number. Two absurd cases of Trump derangement syndrome coming up in about 20 minutes. And also we're going to get to some Biden approval, or I should say disapproval numbers, and some battleground state numbers as well in just a moment. But, Joe, last night, I believe shortly after 8 o'clock, I had the DVR set for Channel 6, and I was able to get home around 8:45 from Parks and watch it. But, Dawn, I know you were watching it in real time. Your thoughts and reaction, I'm assuming, for the most part, relatively similar to what I was able to gather from last night's disaster?
Yeah, I mean, he delivered it. It's important that he was there. So we all want to rah-rah and rally around our country and around Israel, and I support Israel. And I certainly think that it's wonderful to see that most of the world comes out and says it is wrong to go door to door and slaughter innocent, unarmed civilians. That's wrong. And so that's good. On the other hand, I just think, there wasn't a big moment.
No.
You think of in every speech by every past president, when there's a moment where you have to step up and have and I have to say that Reagan moment, where you take it and everybody gets chill bumps
and you
hoorah,
you own it.
You own it, and
right.
We've got your back, and we are the USA, and we're not going to stand for this type of going door to door and slaughtering innocent people, and take our Americans.
Mm-hmm.
That was one thing with Donald J. Trump. When if you had an American, and we remember he brought home people that they said weren't going to come home. It's like, no, you don't touch the hair on the head of an American.
Right.
Okay. And I need, for me, that was a piece of this, that we have, 31 Americans confirmed dead. We have American hostages.
Mm-hmm.
No, you do not do that.
Well, maybe we can trade Cher. We can send Cher over to the Middle East and bring some Americans back. Cher's very popular, a lot of money. Maybe Cher can net us 10 Americans in return.
Yeah, maybe she can turn back time. And
yeah, I wish I could too some days.
And I know we talked about this before, but I will say that the reason I think that even Israel is acknowledging something, and that is the last contested election that they've technically had before Hamas took over the Gaza Strip in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
The last one was technically in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we talked about this a week ago, but I think that's what he was referencing, and the Israelis keep putting out there as well, and others, to say, hey, this group they ran on hope and change. Sound familiar? Change and reform.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they ran on. They became, when Hamas took over, they won 44% to 41% against the Fatah regime, which we talked about, which is much more moderate.
Mm-hmm.
And so really, technically, since they got in there 2007, that's when they became much more militant, and they've not had they've not had elections since then.
Yep.
And so I do think that leaves a lot of room for compassion for people, for the Palestinians, to say, get Fatah back, wipe out Hamas. They became violent. And so the other piece that I have a big problem with is, and maybe I sound like a horrible person, but we just throw around money.
I know.
$100 billion.
I know.
And, it's like, 100, no problem. Well, what about the American people and what we've been through and what our kids have been through, and the pandemic and this economy? And you look at, for people who want to buy a home, if you find a home at a reasonable price, which it doesn't exist,
right,
and then 8% interest rates, like, oh my, OMG.
I'm glad you're bringing this up, because I saw a headline yesterday that the annual income you need to make now to be able to afford the median price of a home in the United States, you need to make $114,986 per year. Now, that's household combined. So I mean, I think the average American salary is in the 50s, mid to high 50,000s. So even let's just say husband and wife make $55,000 a year. That's $110,000 a year. That leaves you still short of the median price that you could afford for a home in this country. So like when we talk about Trump and make America great again and people mock Biden with America last, they're not wrong when they say America last, because right now, in the last 3.5 years, the average home price is up 46%. People can't afford to buy the American dream feels like it could be dead right now. It's not attainable.
Yeah. And
to your point.
Yeah. So to me, those were there was not this strong moment to say we stand behind and you don't mess with America. But at the same time, this much money and you think about Ukraine and you think about, what was it last summer, within the last year, all the tens of millions, hundreds of millions we just doled out to Africa. It's like everywhere we go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
It's like a game show. We'll call it Biden's Billions. And
right.
he just dumps
Except
off
it's
billions
not
everywhere.
His money.
Right.
Right?
Takes
It's our money.
And ships it off.
So
Yep.
To me, I felt like it fell flat for me. And I did stay up. I have to admit, I stayed up and I watched the debate between, all the different pundits on different stations and their takes. But I think people were trying to be kind because of the moment, and it is a big moment in our nation's history. But I even think on networks like CNN and others, I think everybody kind of knew, like, oof, that's the best you've got.
Yeah. Okay.
To your point of little and shriveled.
Yep. Small take. 855-839-1210.
So would you like him to have declared war? Like it's time?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm
no.
just asking.
I just need more conviction. I need something to say, okay. And I said yesterday, give him a little bit of credit for going over to Israel, because you talked about the historical significance of him being there during the battle. So he gets points for that for sure. But it's this like, I'm anti-war, so I'm not saying we should go to war. I'm on the complete opposite side of, the Lindsey Grahams of the world. But it's just the projection of weakness that he gives off, which is why I don't believe we would be in this spot today with Trump, because whatever you want to say about Trump, and he makes jokes about Kim Jong-un, and he says this about the other guy, Trump had an ability to be strict, strong, and stern, yet also kind of massage those other world leaders' egos. Mm-hmm. And I think his detractors use that against him. And that's fine. That's how politics works. I understand the game. But he's also a guy that was, he was able to say, don't do it. But then also say, you're a pretty smart guy. You're a pretty smart guy. Like, Joe doesn't have that charisma and that ability to play the game, so to speak. Trump played the game really well.
Let's play some of the audio, because I would assume because of the Phillies last night, not many people watched
I
this.
I actually got tweets about that saying, no, I didn't watch it. Yeah.
So for the early morning listeners, let's play some cuts.
Okay.
I'm going to start with cut 10 here, Daniel. This is Biden talking about American leadership holding the world together and the funding of both Israel and Ukraine, to Dawn's point about all the money that we're going to be sending overseas soon. Cut 10 here.
American leadership is what holds the world together. American alliances are what keep us, America, safe. American values are what make us a partner that other nations want to work with. To put all that at risk, if we walk away from Ukraine, if we turn our backs on Israel, it's just not worth it. That's why tomorrow I'm going to send to Congress an urgent budget request to fund America's national security needs, to support our critical partners, including Israel and Ukraine. Is a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations. Help us keep American troops out of harm's way. Help us build a world that is safer, more peaceful, more prosperous for our children and grandchildren. In Israel, we must make sure that they have what they need to protect their people today and always. The security package I'm sending to Congress and asking Congress to do is an unprecedented commitment to Israel's security that will sharpen Israel's qualitative military edge, which we've committed to, the qualitative military edge. We're going to make sure Iron Dome continues to guard the skies over Israel.
There you go.
I feel like an Iron Dome hit me in the skull last night. We're talking about war machine profits. He mentions words like leadership and American values. Clearly, American values have changed under this administration, and he is not a great leader. But I'm also wondering too if this, hey, we've got to see this through to the end with Ukraine and Russia, and we're not going to turn our back on Israel and everything right now. It doesn't seem like they're really overly hell-bent on supporting Israel. Once again, like massaging the egos of the Palestinian Hamas terrorists. But is this commitment to the never-ending funding of Russia, Ukraine, kind of like what he believes to be his makeup or make good for the botched withdrawal in Afghanistan? Like, oh, we can't pull out of here now as well because it was a disaster what we did in the summer of 2021? I've had that thought running through my head. It's like two wrongs doesn't make a right. Like, you botched that, and now more than ever, Americans. And I was wrong on this a few weeks ago when I thought maybe more than 50% of Americans still supported the aid to Ukraine. It's much lower than that. I think it was, 44% or whatever the number we gave. So
because of our economy, too.
Right.
Right. And this is the president who, by the way, at the same time, Big Daddy doling out our dollars, then wants to arm the IRS and crack down on the working man, so to speak. You better pay your taxes. Where's our aid package for less taxes or what have you? We don't have leniency on that.
Nope.
And then I believe we mentioned this at the end of Kayal and Company yesterday, but that Josh Paul, the State Department, gentleman who'd worked there 11 years, who publicly, and this I can't remember many times in my career, seeing something like this where somebody's a State Department veteran. And this Josh Paul resigns, and it's over the military aid package that he says this administration is repeating past mistakes. I don't even know that it was political. I just think he felt like we're going in the wrong direction. And I believe that, just to sum it up, I think that he feels we're throwing money at this, and the one who's going to intercept the money is actually the very people who are committing the terror.
Yes, that's a good point. 855-839-1210.
Somebody also asked about the hostages. What are we doing about the hostages? Joe Biden addressed that. This is Cut 8, Daniel.
Oval Office and the President of the United States. Joe Biden.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. We're facing an inflection point in history. One of those moments where the decisions we make today are going to determine the future for decades to come. That's what I'd like to talk with you about tonight. Early this morning, I returned from Israel. They tell me I'm the first American president to travel there during the war. I met with the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. And most movingly, I met with Israelis who had personally lived through horrific horror of the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. More than 1,300 people slaughtered in Israel, including at least 32 American citizens. Scores of innocents, from infants to the elderly grandparents. Israelis, Americans taken hostage. As I told the families of Americans being held captive by Hamas, we're pursuing every avenue to bring their loved ones home. As president, there is no higher priority for me than the safety of Americans held hostage. The terrorist group Hamas unleashed pure, unadulterated evil in the world. But sadly, the Jewish people know perhaps better than anyone that there is no limit to the depravity of people when they want to inflict pain on others. In Israel, I saw people who were strong, determined, resilient, and also angry, in shock and in deep, deep pain.
Well, not a bad part of that speech right there. Nothing really for me to nitpick at that, although I would say, let's see how long it takes you to bring those American hostages home. That's what I would like to know. And what are you willing to give up? Because we've seen trades in the past that did not work out in Joe's favor when people analyzed them post-trade.
The one thing I don't understand about this is that what was the point of the address?
I think it's to say that we're nowhere near ending any of these conflicts.
The money.
It's more of a continuation of the funding of it.
It's the funding. And so that's, if you're going to make a sales pitch, think about the sales department. If you essentially, as at this point, you're the president of the United States of America, you've got to convince your people who are hurting financially and economically with inflation that most people haven't seen in their lifetimes, right? So you've got to be the salesperson. You've got to hoorah. You've got to rally every American and say, look, there's trouble in the world. Ukraine, you've got the Ukraine situation. You've got Russia. You've got China. You've got Israel. You've got all the enemies surrounding Israel. You've got to paint the picture. and you've got to say, we've got Americans down somewhere 100 feet down in a cave. So we got to bring home our American people. We got to show the world we are strong, USA, okay? I wish he had the energy, and I loved your point yesterday, Nick Kayal. It was the best point that you made about Biden here in Philadelphia with that red lighting behind him and the U.S. Marines that we hated that he used for a prop.
Yep.
But it was a great point you made. Think about his energy and hoorah. It was like Darth Biden. You know what I mean? But he had so much more energy when he was talking about MAGA Republicans.
Yep.
I wish we had seen some of that fight in him when he was trying to rally the American people.
He's shown more energy at times about removing your dishwashers and your appliances that he wants to go green energy on. It's just
so true.
It's just a PR nightmare. If you're like evaluating them from a public relations standpoint, they just miss the point 9 out of every 10 times.
And so to Greg's point, did that speech that he gave last night, did that make anybody feel like, oh yeah, we have no other choice?
No.
We have to give $100 billion with a B dollars.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know what if the point was to ensure, like, let everybody know, let the American people know, hey, your money is going to be well spent. I don't know if that hit the mark.
It was almost more of like a, hey, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're not even at the halfway point of this ball game, so be prepared. This is going to keep going on and on.
But usually when a president has a nighttime address like this, it's usually, I get it about the money, but it's usually to big announcement,
right.
like we're doing this or we're doing that. This just seemed like, I feel like he could have held a press conference at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and said, we're gonna bring all of our hostages home. I'm gonna spare no expense to do that. And oh, by the way, we need another $100 billion for both Ukraine and Israel, and been done with it.
It felt like this was just his way of putting the icing on the cake after the return home from Israel. Like, here, by the way,
to let everybody know,
yeah.
to let the American people know that he did it in case they weren't paying attention.
That's correct. 855-839-1210. We will come back. Joe Biden's disapproval rating hits a record high. And as far as Donald Trump goes, the latest Morning Consult Bloomberg News poll, Trump is on a great path right now in key battleground states. Those details as we wrap up hour number 1 of Kayal and Company next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're introducing Wendy's newest addition to the morning lineup. Say hello to the Wendy's all-new English muffins. They're here and they're ready for breakfast. Choose between our tasty grilled sausage, a fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese, or that Applewood smoked bacon, fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese. All of that comes sandwiched between a warm English muffin. These English muffins are the perfect way to start the day. All you gotta do is pick one. Grab an English muffin for breakfast this morning. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's breakfast at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
There are so many discounts and offers at Cherry Hill Volvo. This 30-second spot is not enough time to share all the benefits of purchasing or leasing a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Discounts and incentives for this month start at $5,000 and can be as high as $11,000. Purchase or lease a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo now and take advantage of these fabulous discounts and offers. Visit us soon for the best selection of Volvos. The entire Cherry Hill Volvo team is waiting to partner with you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If your child needs support, special tutoring, and custom instruction, METC is here to help. Now's the time to call to Kathy Gannon, METC. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company for over 30 years. METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance. For your child to help them succeed, all you have to do is visit online at METC.com. METC's tutoring studio. Call them today, 215-493-4200, or email Kathy directly, info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
There are so many discounts and offers at Cherry Hill Volvo. This 30-second spot is not enough time to share all the benefits of purchasing or leasing a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Discounts and incentives for this month start at $5,000 and can be as high as $11,000. Purchase or lease a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo now and take advantage of these fabulous discounts and offers. Visit us soon for the best selection of Volvos. The entire Cherry Hill Volvo team is waiting to partner with you.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Happy Friday to everybody. 6:48. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. What's on the cut sheet 1 hour from now. And also the debut of a new segment on Fridays, Stalker's Mailbag, and a segment called Ask Us Anything that we will debut at 9:30.
Ask Us Anything?
Ask Us Anything.
Anything.
Anything. That's right. Do we want to solicit questions on Twitter and YouTube now? And maybe the guys in the back can maybe stockpile them and start gathering them?
I will as well.
Okay.
So yes, we will do this. And by the way, this isn't Stalker's mailbag. This is the email bag for the show.
Oh, okay.
So,
is there an email address that we can promote, or is it just yours?
No, it's just mine.
Okay.
So
then it's Stalkers, isn't it?
Greg.stalker@odyssey.com if you want
to
send an email that you want us to answer. And by the way, I'm just putting it out there too. If you email me, just know that at some point it might be read over the air.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know if we were creating like a generic email, like KayalandCompany@odyssey.com or something like that.
No, but my email address is on the website, so I'm the first line of defense for all yous.
Okay.
He's like a Scud missile.
He is.
A stud missile.
Stud missile. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So here's some of the financial figures as far as what Joe is requesting and the request that he has made to Congress. $14 billion for Israel. Remember, this is the game we're playing. It's called Biden's Billions. It'll be on the Game Show Network later today. $14 billion for Israel. $60 billion more for Ukraine. $10 billion for general humanitarian aid, $7 billion for the Indo-Pacific, $100 million for Gaza, and $14 billion to process illegal immigrants quicker at the southern border. That is how he is spending your money. Billions upon billions upon billions, like a drunken sailor on a Friday night. But his disapproval rating is very staggering, as Joe Biden's lack of connecting with the American public has now hit a record high. And this story courtesy of the New York Post from a CNBC survey. President Biden's disapproval rating is the highest it's ever been as the 80-year-old incumbent president vies for a second term in office. A record 58% of Americans do not approve of Biden's performance in the White House, a CNBC survey released on Wednesday found. The president received particularly low marks for his handling of the economy. Only 32% of the nation approves. And his foreign policy, which obviously would include what we're talking about last night, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, the Middle East, only 31% approve of his handling of foreign policy. A Republican pollster, Micah Roberts, told CNBC, quote, "You don't get sub-40 approval ratings without losing large chunks of your base, and that is what is happening here." Democratic pollster Jay Campbell told the outlet, Biden's numbers amongst young voters, blacks and Latinos are, quote, very troubling. Quote, you start to think that maybe they've run out of patience and it's starting to show through in their decreasing regard for this president. And also in the CNBC poll, a potential head-to-head matchup, it's not even potential, it's almost a formality, between Trump and Biden. Biden would lose by 4 points to Donald Trump, 46% to 42%. And that actually ties into the new Morning Consult Bloomberg News poll. in which they looked at the latest, and this will be the second time this week we've given you different polls with battleground states for swing states, and Donald Trump is winning almost every single one of them. He is up 2 on Joe in Wisconsin, up 1 on Joe in Pennsylvania. He has a 4-point lead on Joe in North Carolina. He's up 4 on Biden in Arizona. He's up 5 on Joe in Georgia, and they are tied at 44% apiece in the state of Michigan. And then also when it comes to the economy, and I know, Dawn, you talked about the economy about 15 minutes ago, a 51% majority of swing state voters said the national economy was better off during the Trump administration, and similar numbers said they would trust Trump over Biden on the economy and getting us out of this ditch going forward by a percentage of 49% to 35%. And then also in the CNBC poll, roughly 3 in 4 swing state voters said the country's economy is headed down the wrong track, and they are more likely than not to say that their personal financial situation was better off under Trump than it was under Joe Biden. I saw something yesterday, and I believe Kamala Harris even said this about a month ago. You know, most Americans are a $400 unexpected expense away from not being able to pay for, you know, let's say your HVAC goes or something like that.
That's not a new thing, though. I mean, for as long as I can remember, that statistic has been there.
To your point, I've always been a $400 expense away from being able to handle my finances. But it's just one of these things right now where you look at it and you're like, man, you know what? Even for maybe the average voter out there that, I don't know, let's say they're moderate Republican, moderate Democrat, maybe they're an independent, they don't really like Trump, but they don't hate him, let's say. If that person exists out there, I think everybody's got to just arrive at the conclusion that, you know what, if it's really about making my life better on a bi-weekly basis, just give me the guy, and I don't even care about the baggage. I don't care about the posts and the all capitals. Like, most of us live paycheck to paycheck. To me, that should be the end of the conversation right there. But sadly, it's not, because some people, they just loathe this guy so bad, they would rather punish themselves than see him back in the office. And I that's probably a lot to do with Rachel Maddow and Cher, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Yeah, and to your point, I think a lot of the people who might feel might have voted for him and supported him have received a lot of support from maybe their parents and grandparents. Mm-hmm. Maybe with the belt tightening, maybe that is a reality check for a lot of spoiled people who, I'm serious, were helped so much by their family members.
John Fetterman.
Like that. And well, that's unusual because he was well into his 50s and they were still paying for his house and so on. But I do think that there is, whether you call it trickle down or whatever you want to say, when you have parents and grandparents supporting people and all of a sudden they're saying, you know what, I have a fixed, I have my savings. It's all locked up. I can't pay your car payment anymore. I can't pay this. So I think that ultimately then that belt tightening happens. People look out there and now all of a sudden when it affects them, then they it's like the Bill Clinton, I feel your pain. You know, all of a sudden you're in this together and you go, ooh, he's done a bad job with the economy.
Right. And more people than ever now dipping into their 401ks and taking out loans against themselves and perhaps even an old 401k at a job that they left and they get hit with the 10% penalty and people are grabbing an extra $2,000 just to make ends meet for the rest of the year. You know, we did not see, and that's not something that happened like in the heart of the pandemic. That's stuff that's happening end of 22, beginning of 23. And here we are wrapping up 23. And we're wrapping up hour number 1, 855-839-1210. Maybe we can trade Rachel Maddow and Cher, send them over to Hamas, and get 30 American hostages in return. I think a 2 for 30 deal sounds incredibly enticing right now. Those details on the other side as we continue. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. I love it. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. I'm looking ahead to Sunday. I can't believe the Eagles and Dolphins game is still at Eagles minus 2.5. I know I heard somebody on our sister station this morning picking the Dolphins this weekend. I I don't see it. I will take the Eagles minus 2.5 all day. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg this NFL season. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, and he's the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests, right, Nigel? Or simply how to get change for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser Show. From football picks, from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time baseball playoff analysis, to traffic in an area where you don't live. We got you covered. My friends come on, and you know them. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
From Broomall to Brookhaven, follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Mustard. Yeah, 7 o'clock, straight up. Hour number 2. It's Kayal and Company. Friday, baby. Friday. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you're going to find out 7:45. Dawn's got some news coming up in just a minute. And ladies, front and center this hour, from Cher, Rachel Maddow to Victoria's Secret. As we continue, going to be a great weekend. See if the Phillies can clinch in the next 2 days. Well, you know, we're so Phillied up, by the way, that we forgot about the Eagles-Dolphins. Kind of a big game, and it's a Sunday night game.
Yeah, I just said that in my FanDuel read, that I hear everybody picking the Dolphins this weekend.
I don't see it.
What are they looking at?
Maybe if the Eagles won last week, but as bad as they played against the Jets.
No.
And by the way, Sunday night, Kelly Green jerseys, baby.
Woo! Yeah. And Flyers won.
Oh, they did?
4-1.
Yeah, the Flyers are 3-1 right now.
So, woohoo!
But yeah, I just at that minus 2.5, I'll take that all day.
I know. It's just staring you dead in the face.
I know.
Like, you will win by 3 or more.
Yeah, I just,
I hear you. We'll make a prediction on that as well. And then also coming up after the cut sheet this morning, a couple of interesting things. When it comes to mass media and Americans hitting a record low with their trust in the media, and that includes Fox News as well. That is left, right, everywhere in between. Not that in between and media news exists anymore. But a new Gallup poll showing that Americans don't trust anything. So we will get to that as we move on. And then also the sales pitch for the GOP to play the left's game when it comes to cancellations, but of college kids in light of their ridiculous stance of being pro-Hamas. We'll get to that story as we continue later this morning. But let's get to the news because there is a ton of it. 7:03 Friday morning, and here's Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and good morning this Friday morning, October the 20th, as we look to the day's news this morning as I pull up my script here. So we've talked a lot about the national news going on, but I will remind you that next week on Monday, Philadelphia will grieve and pay proper tribute to our fallen police officer. Funeral arrangements announced for Officer Richard Mendez, who was shot and killed in that shooting last week in the line of duty, Philadelphia International Airport, in that parking garage. It remains under investigation as to why the cameras were not working and providing that critical evidence to take the suspects, who've now all been taken into custody and arrested, and we're learning more about them. But that public viewing held Monday in the evening, 5:30 to 8 p.m., Givnish Funeral Home on Academy Road in Philadelphia. Tuesday will be the second viewing, and that's in the morning, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. A lot of street closures at the cathedral, around the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul on Ray Street in Philadelphia. I know a lot of the local TV stations and broadcasting, probably Odyssey here in KYW, a lot of places will be streaming this live, and this will be making national news because law enforcement from across the nation will be present to pay proper respects to Officer Richard Mendez, 50 years young, 22-year veteran of our Philadelphia Police Department, and leaving behind his wife, now a widow, his family, and as well, of course, Officer Paul Ortiz, who, thank God, survived that shooting. He continues to recover. And this was when these officers were coming into work. They're just coming on to duty, coming into work, and caught these suspects breaking into one or more vehicles, smashing glass. And that's when the shootout happened, when these thugs, four of them, four armed and dangerous thugs who we're told now have quite a lengthy rap sheet or rap sheets, opened fire on the officers.
Mm-hmm. Guys that probably should not be on the streets of America today. And sadly, an officer has to not go home one day because of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more about these suspects, to your point, but it's fascinating sometimes to me to just look at what is reported and the focus on reporting. What we don't know about these guys, most of them were from New Jersey. So were they born in New Jersey? Where did they grow up?
Mm-hmm.
And then why is it that they have these long rap sheets and they were the so-called usual suspects?
Yep.
Philadelphia City Council erupted into chaos yesterday to the point that they had to cut off public testimony. And this was just when Philadelphia City Council members were about to vote on a resolution which would simply condemn the brutal, deadly Hamas terrorist attack on Israel. So there were pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli folks there to testify. And when the pro-Palestinian some of the speakers got up to speak against the resolution, that's when all heck broke loose. The yelling, the disruptions, they had to shut it all down.
So nobody can quantify this or qualify this as mostly peaceful.
No, it was chaos.
Yeah, right.
In Philadelphia City Hall, to your point. What a hot mess in Philadelphia City Hall. And then, of course, we have in D.C., in the House of Representatives, there was no vote with Jim Jordan, but reportedly many House members, many more, turning against Jim Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the headlines that we were saying yesterday by mid-morning was that Brian Fitzpatrick, Bucks County, considered the most moderate Republican, let's say, of the Pennsylvania group of lawmakers. He had voted for Jim Jordan initially, and then told the media here and nationally, nope, he will not be voting for Jim Jordan.
It's gone terribly wrong for Jordan. I mean, it was 20 Republicans, then it was 22. Now it seems like it could be even more. According to Fox on the TV, it says Jim Jordan will have a press conference today at 8 o'clock, so less than an hour until that begins.
Yeah, so we'll see. Will he resign? Finally, what's going on?
I mean, he said yesterday that he was going to vow to keep pushing forward. So I've got, and I'm just guessing here, if you're going to now have a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning, did he have a change of heart? Is he making a turnabout here? Is he going to bow out? I can't imagine him doing that.
It's gone back and forth so much.
Yes.
I know.
So I don't know if, I mean, at this point, I know it took, what's his name, 15 tries to get it done. So maybe that's his thinking. But I don't see any of these. I don't see any of these individuals moving. In fact, he's losing support.
I know.
So
it's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's more than 2 weeks at this point. They've got to get a budget done. You have Biden now, the administration.
Well, it can't be passed without that.
Correct.
$100 billion can't be
That's
passed
my point.
without.
Yep.
So you have the administration, right, putting pressure on them, and TikTok, hello, we don't have a budget. By the way, we still don't, even though I'm hearing rumblings that in Pennsylvania they've got the deal done for our budget, but you never really hear anything about it.
By the way, maybe it's a good thing that we sit and fester and debate a little bit about the $100 billion before we just,
sign off on it,
rubber stamp it. I don't know.
That's a good point.
Maybe Jim Jordan
Silver lining
and
here.
the House Republicans are doing us all a favor by let's just marinate on this for a little while and just see exactly how we feel about this.
Jim Jordan doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would tap out and quit. And as our buddy Sean Farash said yesterday in his Trump impression, Jim was a great wrestler. I went back and listened to that again yesterday. He said Jim's a great wrestler. Jim was a great wrestler in college. Like that has anything to do with being a congressman.
It's actually worth a second listen. He's so good and so funny.
I know.
That was so great yesterday. So the bottom line is that, just to put that in perspective, with Biden's speech last night, if you missed Nick Kayal's big take, it was awesome. The 2023 fiscal year actually ended September 30th. And so what does that mean? We're getting now all of these numbers, financial numbers, where we stand, but as well, we're getting all the numbers for illegal border crossings. And you notice yesterday, so under the umbrella of, hey, let's come to the aid of Israel, Biden, what he really put into this $100 billion package, I mean, most of that money goes to Ukraine, but also the border crossings. And Nick went through the dollars to protect that. Nobody's really headlining the fact, and I suspect we'll get more on these numbers today on a Friday and over the weekend, because these illegal border crossings, 11,000 estimated daily, it's unprecedented.
Yep.
And this at a time when we know that those so-called gotaways and most dangerous and terrorists and so on. And so that's looming for all of us.
Yep. And to your point on the border, the latest ABC News poll, Joe Biden, 26% approval rating on immigration and border security. 26%.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's not good.
No.
CVS pharmacies will no longer sell medications that contain phenylphrine as the only active ingredient. This is that phony Sudafed that we've talked about. So CVS just said, nah, we're done. We're not going to even carry it. And this after there were admissions by the government that it really doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And this after, I always call the Sudafed the good stuff, the Breaking Bad Sudafed.
Yeah.
Because it's the stuff you have to show your ID for.
Behind the counter in the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not even going to sell the Fugazi stuff, the fake, is it Rich Uzioli calls it the Fugazi phenylphedrine or whatever it is. So, and yes, Cher says, she's going to move out of the country. She's not going to turn back time. She's going to move out of the country because if Trump and the Republicans get back in office.
Well, Trump almost gave her an ulcer last time. She almost had an ulcer. I almost have AFib, heartburn, and tension headaches with Joe. You don't see me leaving America. I mean, I want to move to Florida, but that's still in America.
I was trying to look for some good news, so I will just say, as our Phillies lost last night to the Diamondbacks, but we're going to win tonight. We'll take it back. But Callum Scott gave out a big thank you to our Phillies after Dancing on My Own hit 1 billion Spotify streams.
Isn't it amazing the power of sports? Not only to unite Americans, and we kind of check our political views at the entrance of a stadium, but that song from Callum Scott is, I think, 7 or 8 years old. And
is it really?
It never registered with me when it came out. All of a sudden, the Phillies adopted. I can't get enough of it.
Isn't that? It's so true, because it just sparks that great feeling of winning. So let's hope they get the win back. As we talked earlier this morning about kind of a low energy performance. A lot of people saying there were some bad calls. It was their goofy stadium with the closed overhead situation, maybe some jet lag. I don't know. There were a lot of excuses and enablers this morning.
So who was more low energy yesterday, the Phillies or Joe? That sounds like a YouTube poll question.
Ooh.
Both
Ooh, I like it.
Both may be suffering from jet lag.
Phillies struck out 13 times last night during a 2-1 loss against the Arizona Diamondbacks. The D-backs trimming the lead 2-1 in the best of 7 series. By the way, World Series 1 week away. First pitch in the MLB Championship play slated for next Friday, October 27th.
Yep, and
Woohoo!
if the Phillies host the Phillies and Rangers meet, it'll be right here.
Oh my gosh!
Which means we'll have John Brazier in next week.
We'll keep hope alive.
Yep.
Yeah, that was it. Was John Brazier here this week?
No, he wasn't.
Maybe that's the bad luck.
I agree.
So we need John.
You know, we should bag Bruno. We'll bring Brazier in here instead. The hell with Tony.
I didn't say that. NBC 10 first alert forecast. Actually, it's a little bit better. So that we were dreading another washout Saturday, but it's not going to be a washout Saturday in truth. 58 degrees, cloudy. We had some heavy rain moving through this morning, and the rain will continue we'll see scattered showers, but this afternoon we clear out. We will actually see partly sunny skies, 71 degrees for a lovely, fabulous Friday afternoon. Then tomorrow for your Saturday, not too shabby, 64 degrees, but the rain moves out mid-morning-ish, allegedly. And then there are some pretty brisk high winds. It'll be very windy. But 64 degrees, the sun does come out at some point mid-afternoon, early afternoon tomorrow for your Saturday. And then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, looks like partly to mostly sunny days. Sunday, chilly, 59 degrees for your high, still breezy. And then Monday, 62 degrees. Remember the Phils, if we don't get her done in Arizona, then the Phils would come back home to finish Game 6 on Monday. 62 degrees, bright sunny skies. Tuesday would be Game 7 if needed, and that would be 65 degrees. Next Tuesday, the 24th, and partly to mostly sunny day. So that's your NBC 10 First Alert forecast. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Trump derangement syndrome uptick in cases on the way. Singer Cher saying she will leave the U.S. if former President Donald Trump defeats President Biden in next year's election, saying, quote, I almost got an ulcer last time, she told The Guardian in an interview, which was published this week, saying, quote, if he gets in, who knows? This time I will leave the United States. This following years ago in 2015 in June, where she tweeted, if he were to be elected, I'm moving to Jupiter. The star, for instance, has slammed him in recent episodes in the past, calling him an effing traitor in a tweet in July of 2016. And also more critical tweets in 2019. And then it doesn't stop there, Dawn, because Rachel Maddow says that Trump wants to, quote, execute us at MSNBC. I think poor choice of words considering what's going on in the Middle East. And she went on to say that Donald Trump wants to cancel the news. He wants to make sure that we are done. He wants to put MSNBC on trial for treason so he can execute us. Because he says, quote, we are knowingly dishonest and we have corrupt coverage of people, things, and events. So, you know, when you look at all the news, and this will get us to the story next segment on Americans and their lack of trust in the media, Donald Trump has been very accurate with the way CNN and mainstream media portrays him. But I tell you what, I mean, it is remarkable. And see, this is where I think these people are smart. As much as I laugh at them like Cher or Rachel Maddow, see, the reality is Trump makes them relevant. Like, nobody's talking about Cher right now. But Cher says something about Trump, it creates conversation. Rachel Maddow says something, and I think deep down inside, even though they try to act on TV like it'll be the death of America if the orange man gets back in the office, CNN and MSNBC, I think behind closed doors, desperately want him to be reelected because he's content every single day. And CNN was rolling the first couple of years of the Trump presidency because they were wall-to-wall Trump coverage every single day. So Don't get it twisted. Like, Donald Trump is great for business for the media. So I figured we would pass that along. But the media is struggling for Americans to believe in them, and we will give you the details as to why. When we come back, it's Kayal and Company, Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the Saturday Night Free-for-All. Starting at 7 p.m., Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is live and local with Michael Pelka from 7 to 10 p.m.
Idiots are everywhere. You can't swing a cat without hitting an idiot these days. And I'm not endorsing cat swinging.
And Jimmy Fallon, 10 to midnight.
We have a White House where someone is capable of getting anthrax inside and wouldn't be capable of finding out who committed the crime.
The Saturday Night Free-for-All. Listen this weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
So many listeners are enjoying beautiful, easy-to-maintain homes thanks to Rhino Shield, and you can too. Dom Giordano here with my good friend, the local owner of Rhino Shield. John, take it away.
It's John from Rhino Shield. Fall is here, and now would be a great time to protect your home with Rhino Shield's 25-year guaranteed exterior house paint. Don't let your home's exterior weather another winter without our exclusive weatherproof house coating. It goes on like paint and looks like paint on any exterior surface. But with Rhino Shield, your home is protected, and you'll never have to paint again. Join thousands of your neighbors who have already made repainting a thing of the past by calling Rhino Shield today. For a free consultation and our lowest pricing of the year, call us now at 484-406-5111. That's 484-406-5111. Or visit us online at myrhinoshield.com. Remember, traditional paint just doesn't last, but Rhino Shield does.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit PDQPOS.com.
We've been counting down to today. Today's the big day, October. Parks Casino, the $50,000 trick or treat treasures. It's on, baby. Win, and you'll have a close encounter with the creepy claw machine. Yeah, winners selected every 20 minutes today, Friday, October 20th. So you earn entries for your chance to play the creepy claw with the $50,000 trick or treasures, and this is only at the #1 casino, Parks Casino. Plus the hottest entertainment. Keep you coming back for more. Thousands of state-of-the-art slots, 115 table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast. Joe Conklin's Comedy Night with New York's best club comedians. Every other Thursday night. Last night was Zioli. Nick Kayal was in the house, too. And, of course, the best local bands every single weekend, only at 360 Lounge. So don't miss these top headliners coming to the Excite Center Parks Casino. So tonight, the 20th, comedian Michael Blaustein. Then November 17th, Howie Mandel on Friday. Then Air Supply, Saturday, November 18th. November 30th, Aaron Lewis. On a Thursday, December 15th, Michael Carbonaro. And then Martina McBride, December 16th. Parks, the ultimate destination for all the action, excitement, entertainment, free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations for everybody. For all things Parks Casino, just visit parkscasino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
wants you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
721 Kayal and Company. Good night at Parks last night. Traffic was a nightmare to get there. So I get there real quickly, and, well, not real quickly, but a real quick story. And one of the big suits was there, our buddy Rob Kalustian. He's waiting for me. Zioli shows up. Zioli whacked a glass of wine and a bourbon quicker than I could finish 2/3 of my vodka club. I've never seen anything quite like it. And then, of course, our buddy David Dorenzo was there as well, Anthony's dad, and he's also befuddled by how Anthony can live the life he lives. He said, quote, "I think my son should be audited." I said, I agree. I need that life. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. But, you talk about low approval ratings and low poll numbers. And I'm not really surprised by this, but I am a little bit surprised when you think about trust in America right now with our citizens, not just in the media, but really in every big institution in this country. But the latest Gallup poll was released yesterday for its annual poll of Americans and their confidence in our media and our journalists out there, which we know are bought and paid for and are shills for the left. And the Michael Schellenbergers of the world, the Matt Taibbis of the world that did, things like the Twitter files, those hardcore objective journalists that are just seeking truth for the American people are hard to find these days. But we are at an all-time low, Dawn. Only 39% of Americans trust the media, saying, quote, they have any trust at all in them. It was a poll conducted of just over 1,000 adult Americans from across the country, and 39% say they have little to no trust. And we're at a point now where I'm just thinking about this, and I just jotted down some of our institutions. So we have the media, which is no surprise. If you're on the left, you think Fox is fake news. If you're on the right, you think CNN and MSNBC is fake news. Everything is slanted. You don't really, and I say this as a relatively avid Fox watcher, they certainly spin things, in one direction, and I'm not naive enough to believe that they're ever giving us 100% truth. That's why I think finding some select journalists that you really trust, that maybe you follow on social media, is worth doing, and doing your own research and using your own common sense and logic. But you throw in the federal government with the FBI and the DOJ, you throw in academia, education, higher learning, heck, even at the high school and the middle school levels, they are trying to hide your child's possible gender transition or flip from parents, claiming that the parents might not have the right to know that. Throw in, health agencies. Do you trust the CDC? I don't. I mean, Americans right now, only 2% of Americans have taken the latest COVID-19 booster. So it feels to me like no matter which way you turn over the last 3.5 years, it is hard to trust any big operation in this country right now. And I'm not surprised that the media leading the pack right now with a very low approval rating in the latest Gallup poll. And, I'll give you a quick story yesterday. After I got up from the nap, I know, we all hate the nap, but I took your advice about 2 weeks ago because you said I should start, getting an annual physical. I'm going to be 40. So I found a general practitioner, family doctor in the Bluebell area. And yesterday at 2:15, before I went to Parks, was my physical. And as soon as I get in there, I fill out all the paperwork that they emailed me that I forgot to fill out. So I had to fill it out in person and, give my insurance and ID and things like that. And I said to Kristen, because Kristen knew I was going, I said, what do you think the odds are that my general practitioner will be wearing a mask? They will ask me about pronouns, and they will ask me about other things like my gender. So I'm filling out, and I'm not going to tweet this out because it's got some of my personal information on it. But so I'm looking at the form of the new patient intake form yesterday, and it says name, address, date of birth. We get to line number 4, gender assigned at birth. I left that blank out of spite. And then I put the current gender, and I left that blank out of spite. And then preferred pronouns. Line 5, he/him, she/her, they/them. So there was 2 for 2. And what do you know? I go in, the nurse comes in, they check my vitals. Then here comes the physician. He's wearing a mask. And I'm just thinking, I texted Kristen, I'm like 3 for 3 with the trifecta with doctors. And they said, hey, are you interested in getting your latest COVID booster? I said, no, thanks. He's like, what about a flu shot? I said, no, I'll pass. And then he mentioned something else that you apparently should get every 10 years. I think it's TB something or TD something. I wasn't paying attention anyway. But like, you just think about it right now.
What good did this physical do you?
I know.
Nothing.
The doctor was like, get this. You're like, nope. You're like, get this. Nope. You want this? Nope. And then they recommended something else that I don't know.
Blood work.
You might as well not
blood
have
work
gone.
is good.
Yes,
Blood work.
yes.
I'm going to get the blood work.
Good.
And also with my family history of heart issues, he was like, let me do an EKG. They did the EKG.
Oh.
It was good. I was clean as a bell. And Zioli brought up something last night too. He's got a friend with some people in the medical field saying that, if you are, and this is just one physician, if you're vaccinated, you might want to start looking because they're seeing an uptick in cases of people that have widowmakers and some clogged arteries with calcium. So if you're 40, 45 and above and you're vaccinated, the next time you go for a physical, ask about that because they're seeing a rise in healthy people with, some clogged, and they're not saying it's 100% attributable to the vaccine, but they're scratching their head over it. I say all of that to say this. I just don't trust many institutions in this country right now. And that obviously stems from the jump-off point of this conversation with the media, but figured we would lay that out.
I think
for
that's more
everybody.
the obesity epidemic.
It could be.
Because the vaccine, if you had it years ago, it doesn't make sense to me that suddenly, you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me.
But a lot of people, to your point, and look, I'm going to get my physical thanks to you. I'm going to get my physical every year now just to make sure everything's fine. But, a lot of people don't keep up with that type of stuff. And, yeah, you might have been vaccinated in April of 2021. But if you have like a family history like I do with heart issues and you're walking around with 2 or 3 widowmakers, and you don't know it, there's no recovery from that.
Right.
When you drop, you're done.
Yeah.
So
Are you going to get that test done?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely, yeah. My dad's dad dropped dead at 46 of a heart attack, healthy. He was a boxer. Great. He had like 2% body fat. And then my dad had heart issues, but he was the opposite. He didn't take care of himself. So I got 2 things working against me, potentially, dietary, but more importantly, probably, the hereditary stuff with the genes.
The blood work will tell.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm going to get the blood work done,
important.
down the street next week. So.
And you have to fast. You have to fast before that.
Yeah,
Sorry, Greg.
10 to 12 hours.
If you would like to audition to be the next morning show host, WPHD.
I swear I'm in good health,
God.
folks. I really am. I eat really clean.
We just got used to this one. He didn't tell us about. No,
Nick's not long for this world.
I know.
Stop.
Opelka, be on standby, buddy.
Oh my God.
This could be our last round of golf next weekend. Your boy could drop at any moment. Who knows? Maybe I'm walking around with a few widowmakers. You never know.
Yeah. We all could be. Nobody knows.
I know.
That's true.
And that's the other thing, not to go on like a medical.
Could get hit by a SEPTA bus. It's
Right.
Philadelphia.
Not to go on a medical diatribe, but it's like, every time you go to these, and I'm not against going to doctors. I go all the time for whatever. But, it's just like, hey, have you considered this? Oh, and by the way, my blood pressure was up a little bit, and so was my heart rate because terrible timing for me. 2 or 3 days a week when I get up from the nap, I'll have one of the 8-ounce Red Bulls just to get going again. Not a good idea to drink that before you go in for a physical because when they look at some of your vitals and they're off the charts, you can thank Red Bull for that. Yeah, so it was a bad job out of me all around, but it was well worth it. So thank you, Dawn.
Yes, sir.
I will not drop dead of a heart attack because my co-host cares for me.
That's right.
Yes.
So we got to take care of you.
Yeah, Kristen was like, why are you going to get a physical now all of a sudden? I said, because Dawn said I should.
Yes.
So
And every year you got to do it.
I do listen to you.
And because your heart issues, they might want more blood work.
That's correct.
But make sure you fast. I would say a little over 12 hours.
Will do. I'll cut it off 6 o'clock the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210, the number. Apparently, Vicky didn't get the memo. Everything that goes woke fails. And it's no secret. The details when we come back. Kayal and Company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology. So when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Benson and his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Benson and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at bentsdentalgroup.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Miller Lite has high hopes for the Phillies this season, so catch every game at the Blue Dog Pub in Lansdale with a $2.99 Miller Lite Draft Special. The Blue Dog features an extensive pub menu, like the Bourbon Barrel Stout Barbecue Burger and the Portobello Mushroom Flatbread. The Blue Dog also features pool tables and an extensive craft beer menu. So enjoy every Phil's game at the Blue Dog Pub in Lansdale. The Blue Dog Pub, proud partner of WIP's High Hopes Pod with James Seltzer and Jack Fritz. It's Miller time, Phillies fans. Celebrate responsibly.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the president and CEO of the leading analytics firm over Wall Street, Del Bar Incorporated, Lou Harvey, who explains why Wall Street is not set up to have a fiduciary duty to the everyday investor.
Wall Street is not set up to handle a fiduciary relationship. Too expensive to replace all of my compensation systems, retrain all of my people. The whole structure that's been built over the last 100 years would have to be turned on end. I would have to be brutally negative. We have an industry that has been built on caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Hear this and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Springfield Country Club, October 24th. Registration is required. Call Crash Proof Retirement, 800-722-9728.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partnerprograms. That's SEPTA.org/partnerprograms.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them so much money you will never be able to pay them? Are they levying your bank accounts, garnishing your paycheck? Are you making monthly payments you cannot afford? If so, you need to call the Tax Problem Solver at 609-970-4634. I'm Charles Montesino, and I solve IRS problems. Do you have unpaid income or payroll taxes? Do you have unfiled returns? The IRS is starting to audit the employee retention credits. It doesn't matter. I can help. All I do is help people with IRS problems. I'm a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. That makes me one of the few people in the entire country that can help you. Again, my name is Charles Montesino, and I solve IRS problems. Call me at 609-970-4634 or go to taxproblemsolve.com. That's 609-970-4634. Call now and get started on the road to relief. Again, the number is 609-970-4634.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:36, Friday morning. Inside of 10 minutes until what's on the cut sheet. Always a good one on a Friday. Also, this morning, the debut of a new segment, Email Bag and Ask Us Anything. That's coming up at 9:30. When it comes to Ask Us Anything, you can get your questions in now on YouTube, on Twitter, and then we will read those and also take live calls at 9:30.
I have 3 pages worth of email.
Oh, my goodness. So. And that's what, greg.stocker at Odyssey?
Odyssey.com, yeah.
A-U-D-A-C-Y.
And by the way, some people trash the app and the company, and I'm reading everything. So you read. We're gonna respond, but you write to me, and we'll respond to it. Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Oh man, Greg, can you tell us why you were reading bad-mouthing stuff about Odyssey?
No, not Odyssey. I mean the station.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Criticize the station all you want.
Exactly.
Criticize all the hosts. I don't care. So as long as my paycheck clears, I'm fine by that.
I don't want criticism.
No?
You don't?
You take it pretty well, too, Dawn, I would say.
I'm just teasing. I want you to play that bus driver sounder.
Oh.
Like if somebody complains about me.
Yeah.
Not a lot of there's one salty Dawn email.
Salty.
Yeah, somebody is calling into question something you said. So
okay,
but nothing horrible.
What?
I mean,
what?
relax. No,
What was it?
We have to wait for 9:30.
That's right. Less than 2 hours away.
Come on.
All right.
It's called a radio tease, darling.
Yes.
You've been in the business long enough to
Just
know that.
because your job sucks doesn't mean the radio
Right.
station you listen to has to.
Thank
Greg Stocker is such a tease.
855-839-1210. You know, it really should not come as a surprise, but I actually think, and we know the motivations behind this, social credit scores, CEI reports, things like that. But you would think after the spring and the summer and the early portion of the fall that a lot of corporations had, when it came to doing stupid things like hiring Dylan Mulvaney to promote American beer, you might pivot away from the things that we know doesn't work. And the old adage is, if it's not broke, why fix it? I remember, and Greg, you'll know this, the Palmer Park Mall in Easton, Pennsylvania. When I was in college, when that's the mall I grew up at as a kid, they always had a Victoria's Secret there. And even when I was dating Kristen before being married, I'd walk by Victoria's Secret. It would always make me feel a little uneasy. It's like the episode of Married with Children where Al has to go in to buy peg lingerie.
Yeah, okay.
He says no man should ever step foot in a place like this. It's just wrong. Well, it's just wrong when you're Victoria's Secret and you ditch a beautiful campaign of gorgeous women in lingerie and you say, you know what? Let's get rid of our hyper-sexualized image, which is absurd, and ditch the sexiness, all for the sake of transforming around a woke movement of inclusive body positivity. And oh, by the way, let's find a pitch person for this, somebody that we know has a track record of tuning out at least half of America. Let's hire U.S. women's national team soccer sensation Megan Rapinoe, who is, her last name is Rapinoe, but it might as well be repulsive because she turns off like 65% of Americans with her nonstop woke social messaging. And I've come to the conclusion in this lifetime that there are 3 things that will sell and are recession-proof: sex, booze, and gambling. So it's really hard to screw things up if you're Victoria's Secret, and yet they were able to do so. And according to the numbers, with this Megan Rapinoe sales pitch, they lost they're down 5%. Their projected revenue for 2023 is $6.2 billion, which is 5% lower than last year and even lower than 2021 when the brand's revenue was $7.5 billion. In 2021, Megan Rapinoe called out what the brand had been before the revamp, claiming it had sent a really harmful message that was patriarchal, sexist, and viewing not just what it meant to be sexy, but what the clothes were trying to accomplish through a male lens and through what men desired. And it was very much marketed towards younger women, said the U.S. Women's Star, when it comes to soccer. So yes, it was marketed through the male lens because newsflash, maybe we can play the breaking news sounder. Men like beautiful women, scantily clad apparel and attire. most straight, cis, white, heterosexual males like a lady in a bathing suit, a bikini, a bra, lingerie, panties, the whole bit. I have no problem saying that doesn't make you sexist. That is just a fact. But Megan Rapinoe says, why don't we change it up a little bit here? Why don't we do something different? And then Victoria's Secret goes along with it. It would be the equivalent, Dawn, of Megan Rapinoe showing up in Greg's email and saying, hey, what about switching 1210 around and making the station very left-wing? And Greg goes along with it. And 2 years later, the bosses are like, we're tanking right now. Why would you listen to a soccer player? Who signed off on this?
Yeah.
That's Megan Rapinoe in a nutshell right there with Victoria's Secret, Dawn.
Yeah, and they lost billions.
Billions.
Right, because it was stupid. But they also, what they stopped doing as well, they stopped carrying like all the curvy sizes.
Okay.
So they would only, in like their bras or whatever, they wouldn't carry anything beyond whatever 38 double D. That was like the biggest. They used to carry everything.
I thought they would carry more of that in an effort to be more inclusive for the big boned female.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
Okay.
They
I didn't know
stopped
that.
like supporting the curves too. And so I think that a lot of real women just said, yeah, I'm not going there anymore.
That's amazing.
And so it wasn't just that your husband or your boyfriend, whatever, used to go there and buy you some nice gifts.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just in general, real women are sick of companies that don't want to celebrate real women. You don't want to celebrate me? I loved Victoria's Secret. They had a good product. And then they stopped really catering to real women. So I was just like, nope, I haven't been in one in years.
That's like the big and tall stores all of a sudden only selling apparel for short people.
Yeah.
Like you're going against what's made your brand stand out, right?
Yep.
Like, Victoria's Secret. What are some other things that men have loved in the past with female and the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue that used to come out every year? Mm-hmm. And now I saw, and speaking of this absurdity, there's another story about I forget who's published it, but it's the 100 sexiest women on the planet, and it's a 1 through 100 list, and number 92 is a transgendered female. And they are saying that this person is one of the sexiest females alive. He's a man.
But Nick, it's funny because your perspective is obviously because you're a man, right? So you're looking at this from that lens of like buying for, your significant other, that sort of thing. What I'm saying here is that truly what this is all about is women. Just like, let's say, Moms for Liberty, right? At the school board level, all of that. Women are sick and tired of this whole situation where biological males with the apparatus, the whole thing, can mock us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's woman face. That's what this is.
And
women are sick of it. And
I
so
agree.
these
They
are
should be.
women consumers who've driven this, not necessarily, that your husband's going to go, because I would say before my husband would go once a year.
Mhm.
One Christmas was really an awkward Christmas. Larry went crazy and bought all this really, and I'm like, oh, and the kids are like, oh my God. You know what I mean?
I've done it. I've done that in the past for Kristen. I go in there, I start sweating profusely. My hands are soaking wet. I am scared to death. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't want people to make judgments. I'm like, I'm just trying to do something nice for the lady of my life. They're like, oh, come this way, sir. And it's unbelievable. But, I don't go as far as say it's like, you see some of these headlines, the woke movement trying to eradicate women. You know what they're trying to do to me? It's not eradicate women. They're trying to make what being a woman is open for interpretation.
Yeah. It's
and
disrespect.
And it's not open for interpretation.
That's right. And so but this is what everybody, they're talking about. I hate that they're even the headlines say, oh, woke, hurt, Victoria's Secret or whatever. Target, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can just tell you, as a woman, as a consumer, all of these stores, I haven't been in a Target in forever. And I have so many friends who've told me, and I have gift cards. The same with Victoria's Secret. These are women consumers who just, and it's not even that I boycotted it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just either they're not meeting my needs anymore or I'm just turned off.
Right.
And there are so many other places.
Which speaks volumes.
You can go.
You have gift cards. You basically have been given free money by friends or family to go shop.
Yep.
And you still refuse to.
It's like, nah.
Very interesting. Okay. 855-839-1210, 746 Friday morning. Always an entertaining edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on Fridays? Brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Judith Yosef and the whole team at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the Friday and always the best edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. So we played a lot this week of the media hyping up the what appears to be Hamas disinformation about the bombing of the hospital there in Gaza, and our friends at Gravy did a really great job of, we talk about disinformation and misinformation all the time. These what most people would consider, well, maybe not after that poll you released, but what a lot of people consider reputable news sources are basically coming out and being like, look what the Israeli military did. Just hyping up this nonsense.
Yep.
So luckily our friends at Gravy put together a little montage of
the receipts
of how media was just led by propaganda. By terrorists.
Right.
Cut one.
But there is a great opportunity for disinformation, especially on social media. I caution you to be very careful about what you choose to believe and on what basis. The horrific scene at a hospital in Gaza today, an explosion that killed more than 500 people.
The government in Gaza says the Israeli Defense Forces struck a hospital in the center of Gaza City.
An airstrike hit a Gaza City hospital, killing at least 500 people.
It's because of an alleged Israeli airstrike on a hospital in Gaza that Hamas health officials say killed more than 500 people.
And when you're talking about 500 people, you have to wonder how many of those people are innocent civilians.
That minimum, hundreds of people have been killed in what they say was an Israeli airstrike.
Where a hospital was caved in, killing hundreds and stranding an untold number under the concrete.
By far, the deadliest Israeli airstrike ever.
Hundreds taking shelter at a Gaza City hospital were killed in an Israeli airstrike today. Israel says it was targeting Hamas hideouts.
Palestinian officials saying at least 500 people killed in what they claim was an Israeli airstrike.
Aftermath of an alleged airstrike on a Gaza hospital that killed more than 500 people.
An Israeli missile struck the hospital. Absolutely horrific loss of life.
By the way, this is from across the pond and everything.
Yep.
But the ones who said alleged or they claim, that to me is fair game if you're saying they claim this happened or this allegedly happened. But most of those you've heard just were saying, a deadly thing, never even had any attribution or attempt to give attribution.
I'm not sure if it's just an agenda or pure laziness, but at that level, when you're at the MSNBC, CNN, BBC level of news, you can't be that naive and get it that wrong. It's one thing if you mispronounce something or you get a stat slightly wrong, but this is media malpractice at its finest. And now we're hearing that the death count is not 471, but it's just a couple of dozen. So they can't even get anything right.
A little bit more face.
This is not the first time violence has actually hit what's supposed to be, obviously, a place of healing.
Deadly explosion at a hospital in Gaza. Palestinian officials say hundreds were killed, and they're blaming Israel.
This was not a blast. This was not an explosion. This was an airstrike. It was a deliberate war crime that Israel conducted on this hospital.
At least 200 to 300 people killed in that strike, and many, many, many more feared dead. Now, Hamas is calling this a genocide.
200 to 300 people believed to be dead at this stage. There are also many examples of civilian deaths caused directly by Israel. There's no doubt about it.
In the fog of war, what can we say for sure?
The Baptist.
Did you hear that? Caused by Israel. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
That was Anderson Cooper.
Clear and convincing. It's just this fact that's not open for interpretation. Trust us. We're CNN. Which is remarkable. And it's not just that they get it wrong. It's they're all together and complicit at the same time. It's almost as if they're all taking the marching orders from a media-wide industry email with a memo and some talking points. But they're marching in order on every topic, whether it's vaccines, whether it's Israel. They're collectively wrong, and it's the same talking points, and they're collectively wrong at the same time together in harmony.
It's just interesting to me what they pick and choose to run with as far as sourcing goes. You know what I mean? Like, you can talk about the Hunter Biden laptop and all that stuff. Like, the sourcing for that, no matter where, everything turned out to be true for that. But, like, the sourcing for that at the beginning was a little suspect.
Right.
But then the media was like, well, hold on here. We don't know this. But with this, this is literally war propaganda that every major network is running with.
Yes.
So where were the breaks for that sourcing?
None.
You know what I mean?
And they're just trying to attract eyeballs and viewers because I would assume when we're at war or other nations are, ratings for these networks typically would go up, I would presume.
But everybody, all of these people are professionals. They're veterans. They're not rookies. The fact that, and they've covered wars before and reported on this, maybe not Anderson Cooper, I don't know, on the scene or whatever, but to not give any attempt at attribution, it's just, it's gross.
Yeah, my question is, who was the first to report this? I don't know that. I don't know that answer.
Okay.
But who was the first to run with, and who was the source that, you know what I mean? Who was the first reporter?
You're talking about the alleged hospital attack?
Yes. Because everybody seemed to then parrot that information. Because we know it was on the front page of the New York Times, Washington Post, every Wall Street Journal, every major newspaper ran with it.
You would like to think somebody that has their feet on the ground over there, whether it's a Trey Yingst of Fox News or whoever CNN has sent abroad or MSNBC. But again, and maybe this is the big theme, is the rush to get a story out and say you're breaking news as opposed to getting it right.
But I just look at the aftermath of it, and what irks me is the Wall Street Journal 22 hours ago, the headline is, confusion over Gaza hospital blast shows the challenge, for reporters. No. There's no confusion here. Don't try to mitigate the mistake and the media malpractice. They need to come out and say, we got it wrong. We didn't give proper attribution. It would have been okay if they had said, Hamas claims this. And that's what we did, by the way. It's not too difficult to go IDF, Israel Defense Forces, this is what they claim. Hamas claims this. BBC says this. You know what I mean? You can give those kinds of reports and then let people decide.
You have taught a journalism class in the past, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any interest in teaching it anymore? Like let's say Drexel came to you and said, we want you to teach a class Wednesday nights in the fall. Would you do it? And would you start with, here's rule number 1 in Professor Stensland's class. Everything you see on mainstream media, don't follow that protocol. Listen to what I'm telling you. Because it seems to me like we really need to reteach Journalism 101 to our young people today.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. There, Donald Gilmore, who was a professor of mine actually at the University of Minnesota, wrote the book on journalism law. But they're nowadays communication schools as opposed to actual journalism schools.
Right.
So Temple is very good locally. Syracuse, obviously, Northwestern. So I would just say that this one, though, it's really common sense, and they defied that because of their political slants. And so they wanted it, and that's just what bothers me. They wanted this to be true.
A little bit more here.
Hospital in Gaza City, that's the northern half of Gaza, has taken a direct hit from an Israeli airstrike. They are saying at minimum, 300 people are dead.
Egypt is saying it's very upset about this hospital bombing. The World Health Organization has strongly condemned the attack.
How about don't bomb the hospitals?
How about you? Well, you just admitted that you did bomb the hospital.
Today, the death toll rose significantly in a horrific attack in Gaza. 200 to 300 people were killed.
The Palestinians are talking about 500 dead. Initially, they talked about 200 or 300. Later, up that number to 500. It is unlikely that a rocket, a crude rocket fired by a Palestinian group, could cause that number of casualties.
Hard to see how that would have been a misfire rocket.
This kind of death toll is not what you normally associate with Palestinian rockets. These rockets are dangerous. They are deadly. They do not tend to kill hundreds of people. And we should say, finally, that there are instances in the past where the Israeli military has said things in the immediate aftermath of an incident that have turned out not to be true in the long run.
Quote,
it's almost like they're hoping.
Oh, of course they were. You know exactly, because you've seen their agenda from day one. It's been far much more pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian movement than I ever thought it would be. But I also think it's worth pointing out when we talk about media that at this high of a level, I feel like the opinion and the splashy take has kind of overtaken journalistic credibility and, integrity. And I do think there's a major difference between those who are journalists that are paid to report facts and those that are opinionists and entertainers that are paid to, put on a show and a performance and get their opinions out there and get people talking about it. And to that regard, I would say if you're an opinionist, like a talk show host or, Tucker Carlson, I know he's got a journalism background or whatever, but, you don't always have to be right. It's not about being right. It's about having your opinion and getting ratings. But when you're one of these reporters for any of these networks, or even at a lower level locally, the Inquirer, the Washington Post, the New York Post, the Washington Times, on down the list, there still needs to be an element of you have to go in there, regardless of whether your publication is left-leaning or right-leaning, and report the facts. It can't just be opinion and agenda.
Yeah, and those, we talked about this, those reporters from all the different networks, especially Fox, but all of them. Even I told you the one situation where Terry Moran had suggested, but he did say, if this is true, it would be a war crime. And so the reporter on the scene was very quick to say, well, we're getting differing accounts of this, and she saved him because she walked that back. And so the reporters on the scene I would trust the most because they're there on the ground and they're hearing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But NPR, I saw a report where NPR was saying, well, part of this is fueled by Elon Musk's changes to X to monetize false information. It's like,
course.
Really? Elon Musk put those words in Anderson Cooper's mouth?
Right. Because he's charging $1 a year now to post a tweet. It's
Yeah.
Elon's fault.
I've seen this all play out before with the media and newspapers and all that stuff, planting false stories to send us into war. I think about 2003 WMDs. It was the New York Times that ran with these bogus stories that they were getting from God knows where.
Yep.
Maybe administration. I don't know. But it really led to really rallying the nation. Like, yes, we need these. This is a threat. We need to do this.
Yep.
I'm not saying Hamas is not a threat because obviously they are.
Right.
But it does seem to me like they seem to be rallying everybody to say, hey, you know what? This is an all-out war now.
You make a great point because sometimes the subject matter being covered, the organization, the team, the player, the president, that administration, they are the source. They give the media something, whether it's true or not, to run with and get that out there. I've seen that in countless times in sports where this was false, but the Eagles wanted to have this message out there, so they tipped off a reporter and said, "Hey, here, you want a story? Here's a nugget for you." I mean, a lot of this could be coming from the Biden administration to these reporters.
Yeah, and war propaganda. I mean, talk about teaching classes. You could teach a class in world history, dating all the way back to the Greeks, kings, queens. I mean, Vietnam. I mean, you can talk about war propaganda, but we in America, we don't like to admit, to Greg's point, that we in America as well, our government has used propaganda to motivate people, and even in the world wars, et cetera. And so war propaganda is nothing new. Perhaps the pandemic taught us all, and this entire generation from kids who were banned from school all the way on up. I think a ton of people in America and worldwide, when you go back to your trust story, have these trust issues, and I think maybe that's a hidden silver lining of the pandemic, that now, like my kids, they're so skeptical of information and sourcing. And so maybe that's a good thing, that maybe we can say, well, that's one good takeaway.
Is it a good thing, though?
Yeah.
Is it?
To be skeptical.
I agree with you, but when we can't trust anything we see, where are we as a society?
Makes you use your critical thinking skills and at least ponder stuff.
Indeed. Okay. And that's why they have to distract us with, pronouns and BS, because they want to indoctrinate kids from a young age and distract them to the point and make them lose their critical thinking. But I think in truth, the opposite with certain young people, the opposite has happened.
When I take the complete opposite approach. I think that when we don't believe anything we see, we're much easier to be led by people that have ill intentions.
I would say I would just alter that. We are much easier to remain divided.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have some people that always believe what they're told. Then you have the other opposite end of the extreme spectrum that, people out there that claim everything's a conspiracy theory, which it's not. But the reality is life's lived in the gray area, and I think that's where a lot of people should be. It's like, take everything, like we say, take polls with a grain of salt. Take every bit of news with a grain of salt. Is that really what's happening? Or is that because there's the story and then there's what they want to tell you the story is. And those are two stark differences.
Yeah. And so you have people that you have come to trust, maybe even on social media, even though Greg says, don't get your news from Twitter. But I think for a lot of Americans, they have their sources that they trust more than others. And this is the demise of our network news as we know it, because so many across the board are just not trusted anymore.
Well, yeah,
and that was Cronkite. Cronkite was the height of, right? People trusted Cronkite. Nowadays, who do you really trust?
Yeah, that's a good point.
We talk about, and I'm not one who I don't blame people's words for other people's actions, meaning that, like, I don't think that something I say can incite somebody to do something. I that's my whole free speech mantra.
Yep.
But you could also make the point, if we're going down this road, that all of this reporting and the evil Israelis who bombed the hospital with children in it, that this may have contributed to a lot of the uneasiness in the Middle East, and the storming of the embassy and the storming of the Capitol that just happened yesterday or the day before.
Yep.
Because they're hearing this from the news and they're saying, "Oh my God, what are the Israelis doing? We need to stop this."
Yep. I totally agree. But I'm with you from the standpoint, I don't think words of one can incite actions of another.
A pro-Palestine student says that she did 6 hours of research from unbiased sources before leading a high school walkout for a Gaza ceasefire. So this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about when people get their information and news from social media and wherever. They don't really know.
TikTok.
6 hours of research she did, and she organized a high school walkout for a Gaza ceasefire.
Okay.
This was reported. This was in San Francisco. This is Balboa High School in San Francisco. This is KPIX TV in the Bay Area. Cut 2, Daniel.
Students across the Bay Area left their classrooms to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Our chopper caught the protests in both San Francisco and Berkeley. Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! This was the video shot by the student protesters from Galileo Academy in San Francisco. Students also marched through hallways at Balboa High School. Across the bay in Oakland, students left their class to show their support for the people in Gaza. Jose Martinez has more on today's protests.
I'm here at Balboa High School, just one of many schools in San Francisco that participated in the first student walkout for Gaza. I spent some time talking to one of the students, and she has a lot to say. Students here at Balboa High School are taking a stance.
We refuse to stay silent. This cycle of violence must end.
Many protesting on Wednesday in support of Palestine, demanding an immediate ceasefire.
Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Behind this demonstration is Ishel, a 16-year-old junior at Balboa High School. Half Farsi and half Latina, she felt a deep connection to the ongoing conflict in Gaza and decided to take action.
My first plan of action was we made an Instagram account for Balboa.
Oh boy.
And I did 6 hours of research
6 hours.
and gathered as much information from unbiased sources as I could and put it together in a slideshows, basically giving all the context to the history.
Unbiased on Instagram.
And the context to what's happening right now.
At 10:30 in the morning, Ishel and her fellow classmates walked out of their classrooms, all part of a growing movement of young activists nationwide demanding awareness and action in response to the crisis in Gaza. Many of them were also at City Hall, where a press conference was held. The walkouts come in the wake of Tuesday's blast at a hospital in Gaza City, where hundreds of patients and civilians were killed.
Well, I mean, look, if you're marching for peace and if you're playing it down the middle and you're saying, like Dawn Stensland would say with the House GOP, just get it together, figure it out, fine. But I don't even know that these young high school, I guess they would still be, are they Gen Z as well? Or maybe there's another generation below that. I don't even know that they know what they're advocating for.
Well, they don't.
Like,
That's the point of this. They don't.
I'm so tired of hearing these young activists. They're not even intelligent enough to qualify as an activist. They don't even know what they're marching for. Like when I saw those signs 2 weeks ago when we first started talking about this story, queers for Hamas. I'm like, are you aware that they want you beheaded?
Yeah.
These people are just lost. And by the way, Jim Jordan is speaking now about his House Speaker vote on TV. If you care, well, maybe we'll get that coming up in part 2 at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour.
We played some of this and discussed it a lot in the 6 o'clock hour, but for those of you who didn't watch, I'm sure there's a lot who didn't because of the Phillies last night. Joe Biden had his primetime national address last night to discuss what's happening in the Middle East. A few clips here. Daniel, this is the one I just pulled for you. This is the Biden urges Americans to renounce violence. We reject all forms of hate. Joe Biden from last night.
And break our hearts. On October 7th, terror attacks have triggered deep scars and terrible memories in the Jewish community. Today, Jewish families worried about being targeted in school, wearing symbols of the faith walking down the street, or going out about their daily lives. And I know many of you in the Muslim American community, the Arab American community, the Palestinian American community, and so many others are outraged and hearty, saying to yourselves, here we go again with Islamophobia and distrust we saw after 9/11. Just last week, a mother was brutally stabbed. A little boy, here in the United States, a little boy who just turned 6 years old was murdered in their home outside of Chicago. His name was Wadiha, a proud American, a proud Palestinian American family. We can't stand by and stand silent when this happens. We must, without equivocation, denounce anti-Semitism. We must also, without equivocation, denounce Islamophobia. And to all you hurting, those of you hurting, I want you to know I see you. You belong. And I want to say this to you. You're all America. You're all America. This is in a moment, in moments like these, when fear and suspicion, anger and rage run hard, that we have to work harder than ever to hold on to the values that make us who we are. We're a nation of religious freedom, freedom of expression. We all have a right to debate and disagree without fear of being targeted in schools or workplaces or in our communities.
That's a lie.
I must renounce violence and vitriol. See each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. When I was in Israel yesterday, I said that when America experienced the hell of 9/11, we felt enraged as well. While we sought and got justice, we made mistakes. So I cautioned the government of Israel not to be blinded by rage. And here in America, let us not forget who we are. We reject all forms of hate, whether against Muslims, Jews, or anyone. That's what great nations do. And we are a great nation.
Well, what about hatred for Republicans that just disagree with your policies and beliefs? But, he mentions 9/11 there, and they used 9/11 as a launching pad to go over into the Middle East under the fake nonsense of Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, which led to, years and years and years of a never-ending battle against terror, against Afghanistan and Pakistan and everywhere else in between. And now I just feel like I said in the big take, he's using Israel here kind of as a shield to further justify the Russia-Ukraine situation and the never-ending money, the billions upon billions that go to Ukraine. And now, as I mentioned earlier this morning, there's going to be another handful of billions of dollars that go to Israel. So it's this never-ending fun. He wants peace and he wants everybody to have no hatred, yet here we are, and we're funding two massive wars that are going on.
Speaking of funding, we played this earlier, but I'm going to play it again for those of you who tune in late. By the way, we are 28 subscribers, Nick, away from 5,000.
What? 5,000?
5,000.
I was thinking maybe 4,900.
No.
Whoa!
So we're 28 subscribers.
We're going to smash that Thanksgiving goal
from 5,000. So if we if you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Can you be the 5,000th subscriber? I'd appreciate that. Do it right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Okay, the funding. He says that together funding Israel and Ukraine is a smart investment. Cut 10.
American leadership is what holds the world together. American alliances are what keep us, America, safe. American values are what make us a partner that other nations want to work with. To put all that at risk, if we walk away from Ukraine, if we turn our backs on Israel, it's just not worth it. That's why tomorrow I'm going to send to Congress an urgent budget request to fund America's national security needs, to support our critical partners, including Israel and Ukraine. It's a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations. Help us keep American troops out of harm's way. Help us build a world that is safer, more peaceful, more prosperous for our children and grandchildren. In Israel, we must make sure that they have what they need to protect their people today and always. The security package I'm sending to Congress and asking Congress to do is an unprecedented commitment to Israel's security that will sharpen Israel's qualitative military edge, which we've committed to, the qualitative military edge. We're going to make sure Iron Dome continues to guard the skies over Israel.
So we are going to continue funding these wars for the security and the safety of Americans in this country, yet simultaneously have the most disastrous southern border we have ever seen, where people are coming in 11,000 a day, and that is not a national security interest or problem for America. And here's the funding numbers that he's talking about. Biden's request to Congress will include $14 billion for Israel, $60 billion for Ukraine, $10 billion for general humanitarian aid, $100 million for Gaza. He's funding Hamas $100 million is what he's doing, and $14 billion to process illegals faster at the southern border.
Well, I saw a lot of the criticism for the speech last night was that he didn't bring up Iran.
No,
and who's funding?
Which is I said that in the big take this morning.
Yeah, I know.
He almost omits Iran out of like fear of escalate. It's like he's really afraid of ruffling the feathers of some of these administrations that have sinister intentions.
Yeah, and waiting in the wings is Hezbollah too, which is you know.
And as we know, they have about 100,000 troops and 130,000 missiles and drones. Hezbollah to Hamas is like a Mercedes-Benz to a Honda. It's a different machine. It's a higher caliber machine, if you know what I mean.
He said last night that the hospital explosion in Gaza was not done by the Israelis. So I guess good on him for saying this. Cut 9.
And also angry, in shock, and in deep, deep pain. I also spoke with President Abbas, the Palestinian Authority, and reiterated the United States remains committed to the Palestinian people's right to dignity and to self-determination. The actions of Hamas terrorists don't take that right away. Like so many other, I'm heartbroken by the tragic loss of Palestinian life, including the explosion at the hospital in Gaza, which was not done by the Israelis. We mourn every innocent life lost. We can't ignore the humanity of innocent Palestinians who only want to live in peace and have an opportunity. You know, the assault on Israel echoes nearly 20 months of war, tragedy, and brutality inflicted on the people of Ukraine, people that were very badly hurt since Putin launched his all-out invasion. We've not forgotten the mass graves, the bodies found bearing signs of torture, rape used as a weapon by the Russians, and thousands of Ukrainian children forcibly taken into Russia, stolen from their parents. It's sick. Hamas and Putin represent different threats, but they share this in common. They both want to completely annihilate a neighboring democracy, completely annihilate it. Hamas' stated purpose for existing is the destruction of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses Palestinian civilians as human shields, and innocent Palestinian families are suffering greatly because of them.
So nice of Joe to, clarify and clear up the fact that it was not Israel, it was Hamas. And, you never get Joe in a one-on-one setting where you can ask a question, and if you do, it's all screened and scripted in advance. But I would ask Joe, now that you have clarified this and cleared up any misconception of who was at fault, have you spoken to Rashida Tlaib and asked her why she has not taken down her Twitter post with her false, now debunked accusations?
Yeah, the squad not too happy with Joe because they're sticking with his narrative.
Uh-huh.
So it's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing plays out. I just don't know. I don't know if we as Americans have the, I think a lot of people, I think a lot of Americans, can rally around, what happened in Israel, and we can get behind funding for them to do whatever they need to do to fight.
I think for a certain period of time. But, much like Russia, Ukraine, that support will begin to diminish after 12 months, 18 months, 2 years.
Yeah, Russia, Ukraine, I think, is a completely different situation.
Yep.
And I don't think it has the majority of American support. So trying to combine these two, I think is – I understand why they're doing it because, that's the way they can get the fastest cash.
Right.
But I just don't see the American people buying that.
No.
I don't know.
It was, like I said, it was a very less than stellar speech on many fronts last night.
One more on this. He started off talking about the American hostages and how we're going to get them back. This is how he opened the speech last night in for his primetime address. Cut 8.
Oval Office and the President of the United States. Joe Biden.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. We're facing an inflection point in history. One of those moments where the decisions we make today are going to determine the future for decades to come. That's what I'd like to talk with you about tonight. Early this morning I returned from Israel. They tell me I'm the first American president to travel there during the war. I met with the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. And most movingly, I met with Israelis who had personally lived through horrific horror of the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. More than 1,300 people slaughtered in Israel, including at least 32 American citizens. Scores of innocents, from infants to the elderly grandparents. Israelis, Americans taken hostage. As I told the families of Americans being held captive by Hamas, we're pursuing every avenue to bring their loved ones home. As president, there is no higher priority for me than the safety of Americans held hostage. The terrorist group Hamas unleashed pure, unadulterated evil in the world. But sadly, the Jewish people know perhaps better than anyone that there is no limit to the depravity of people when they want to inflict pain on others. In Israel, I saw people who are strong, determined, resilient, and also angry, in shock and in deep, deep pain.
Deep, deep pain. Well, yes, that is correct. And maybe it would be beneficial and advantageous of you to really come out and totally, totally condemn Hamas. Maybe it would be nice if you spoke up about all these college kids around the country speaking out that are trying to rationalize the radicalized section of Palestinians known as Hamas that are beheading babies and slaughtering dogs and killing the elderly and females. Again, it's, and if you listen to it, not just in one soundbite, but if you go back and watch the whole thing, like Greg just said, he kind of merged Russia, Ukraine with Israel and Palestine and everything going on. And he's talking about, how we have to eradicate hate. But here's the other thing. If you want peace, and yes, I would much rather send money than American soldiers over there. At some point, don't you have to say, and we've talked about this in some of the polling as to whether or not Americans support America being the global police. At some point, don't you have to say this isn't our war? Like, I think Israel's more of our war because we have so many Israeli Americans that live in the United States. But like Russia, Ukraine, that's not our battle. And I know you want to protect the world and not have World War III, but what you're doing right now is actually, I think, creating World War III.
Neither of them are our wars. I know there's American casualties. I know there's American hostages. I know Israel is our closest ally. I get all of that, and I am sympathetic and supportive of all that. I just this war that has been going on for generations. It's just not our fight,
and it will never end.
And it will never end. The only way Israel is going to achieve some sort of, and cringe at using the word peace because there's really no way to achieve peace there. But the only way they're going to get some semblance of peace is if they go there and they put up the best fight that they can and just show them that they're not, this is what we're going to do to you every time you try and attack us.
Yes. You set a precedent that this will not be tolerated, and you're going to get wiped out every time you think you're going to get one by on us.
Ron DeSantis spoke yesterday.
Mustard.
He's still running for president, by the way.
Is he really?
Yeah.
We haven't talked much about Ron lately, have we?
He said that he will do 0 refugees from the Gaza Strip into the U.S. when he's president. So when he's president, where he's not taking in any refugees.
Mm-hmm.
Cut 6.
And now you hear calls, particularly from people on the very far left, that people, because you've got a couple million people in the Gaza Strip, that somehow we should be importing as refugees Palestinian Arabs from the Gaza Strip. Look, that's not our role to be doing that. Those Arab countries should take them in the neighboring area. But I don't want to import the pathologies of the Gaza Strip into the United States of America. So we will do 0 refugees from the Gaza Strip into the United States when I'm president.
I agree with that.
Well, you'll never be president, but if you were, I applaud that move. And that's something I've been pointing out for the last week and a half. If the neighboring and surrounding nations in and around the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip do not want to take them in, and you pull up the map and look at all the nations in and around, if they don't want them at all, why would the United States open up shop as a Motel 6 for them?
Agreed.
It makes we have enough people in this country, whether legally or illegally in America, and some of them are already Americans, that already hate America.
Yep.
And now you're going to bring in refugees that want, in many regards, death to the West? No, thank you.
Chuck Schumer yesterday said, for 6 hours, the world blamed Israel unfairly for the Gaza hospital bombing. I think it was a little more than 6 hours, Chuck.
Yeah, 6 hours was the prep time that girl did on her Instagram protest at college.
And by the way, it's still, like, your party is still doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ask Rashida Tlaib.
How do you not have a conversation with them? If you're Joe, if you're Chuck Schumer, if you're Hakeem Jeffries, even if you're Nancy Pelosi, like, how is that post still up? I'm going to actually check during the break. I'm going to see if her Twitter post has been taken down.
Cut 5.
Regret the loss of any life, any innocent life. Now there's proof put out by the Israelis that the rocket, of course, was not from from Israel, but rather was from one of the Palestinian groups that works with Hamas. And this is what Israel's up against. Israel didn't put out a statement immediately because they were checking it. They wanted the truth. Hamas immediately said, oh, the IDF did it. They lied through their teeth. And, for 6 hours, the world blamed Israel unfairly. Now the word is getting out, and I think all of us have an obligation to get that proof out that the IDF showed about that.
I don't know. That 2.5 minute montage that I played seemed to be a lot more than 6 hours.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like the bank robbers putting out a statement and saying, no, it wasn't us, it was the police. And then the media runs with it and says, yeah, it was. The police did it. It was an inside job. And everybody takes it and runs with it, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. Tim Scott, also running for president. I don't know if you guys know that or not.
Honestly, at this point, think about how long it's been since we've heard from him. DeSantis, Christie, Pence. We're going on 2 weeks of shows. Honestly, since the start of Israel, we haven't heard from any of these guys.
Well, it's funny because they just announced that the next debate is going to be in Miami. NBC News and Salem Media Group have joined forces to do this next debate. Trump obviously not going to be there.
Yep.
But nobody cares. Nobody seems to give a you-know-what.
Could this actually rate lower than the one with Dana Perino and the dude from Fox Business?
They seem to be going down every time.
I know.
I mean, like 9 million or whatever for the first one, and then slowly it went down. I see it going down even further.
How great would it be if, they're all backstage together in, the green room, and all 6 of them or 5 of them or however many will make the cut. They all say, you know what? I don't know about you guys, Nikki. I don't know about you, but I'm getting the vibe nobody really cares about us anymore. Yeah. Why don't we just go out on stage and say, you know what, we're all dropping out simultaneously. We're in Miami. Let's go hit up South Beach, grab some drinks, and we'll just get back to whatever it is our day job is.
Tim Scott was on CNN Newsnight last night with Abby Phillips. Really speaking to the base, I guess. I don't know what these guys are doing.
Abby Phillips
going on with CNN. But she said, "How is making life more miserable for Gazans something that helps Israel?" Boy, that's a talking point, isn't it? If I ever heard one. Here we go.
Let's leave it there for now. I want to ask you about $100 million that is aid that is being sent to Gaza. You've said recently that you oppose that.
Yes.
But I wonder, just putting aside some of the kind of political rhetoric around this,
Absolutely.
how is making life more miserable for Gazans something that helps Israel?
Oh my God.
I'm glad you asked that question.
I'm not.
Let's take a look at how this thing started on October the 7th. We saw babies decapitated. We saw babies burned. We saw women raped. We saw grandmothers taken. And Israel's response is to make sure that never happens again. To provide complete and total support for Israel means giving them the resources and the flexibility they need to
I understand, but I'm
engage
talking
in
about
conflict with Hamas.
I'm talking
I am
about
too.
humanitarian
The way
aid,
you
which
get
Israel,
there-
by the way, has agreed to.
By the way, can I just say something real fast? This annoys the you know what out of me.
Okay.
You know how we know Israel has the high ground, the moral high ground on this? Because in times of war and when you're attacked, you don't let the opposition know we're coming for you.
Right.
They let them know a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Clear out the northern part there. Everybody go to the southern part because we're coming for you.
They gave him plenty of notice.
They gave him a week head start.
Yes. That is
Because
correct.
they wanted to diminish, or they wanted to lessen the amount of casualties.
So
anybody who's not,
one group goes door to door and will slaughter babies.
Yes.
The other one says, "Hey, 7 days from now, you have 7 days to evacuate, and then we're going to blow you up."
that's the humanitarian aspect of this, Abby Phillips.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We go on.
The way you get there the fastest is making sure that every single support system that needs to be in place is there. And number two, I don't want a dime, a nickel, a penny ending up in the hands of Hamas. We know that at the end of the day, in the Gaza Strip, Hamas controls every penny.
This is not what I'm talking about here, and what this aid is not cash. We're talking about access to water,
who's driving the trucks?
food, medical care.
Who's driving them in?
I guess what I'm saying, Senator, is if Israel...
They're doing that
She
because
doesn't
they
know
want.
what she's saying.
They're doing that because they want people to leave.
Yeah, really good answer from Tim Scott. Really bad question from Abby Phillips. And I guess I brought this up last week, I think, too. I'm going to have to look at CNN's primetime lineup now. She can't be hosting a nightly primetime show. If that is the case, then
It's late. It's on
10
very
PM.
late. Yeah.
10
Oh,
p.m.
so she's okay.
But the truth is, in Gaza, they're saying go over here, go over there, but they're pretty much contained because everything's been shut off. Is that what she's trying to say?
I guess so.
That because now I guess Egypt is going to be allowed to bring in some food and supplies, but essentially they're bottlenecked, and so they're, in truth, I think what she's trying to say, but she said it clumsily, is that they're stuck in there.
Yeah.
And the problem that they're not saying is that obviously Hamas is known for using babies and women and children as human shields.
Yeah.
And so they're integrated with the civilian population, and they're hiding with the civilians. They're not letting the civilians move. That's a piece of this.
Right.
One more from the Abby Phillips show. Talking about the Democrats or Joe Biden's speech last night. We know how the Republicans responded to it. How did the Democrats react to Joe Biden's speech last night? Well, according to Abby Phillips, she got emails from Democratic groups attacking Biden tonight for not doing enough for Palestine. Or the Palestinians.
I would say
that's how that's
as
worded.
pro-Palestine as possible.
Yes. So here's that exchange.
We will remember this. In his words, you hear him talking about Palestinians and their plight and pushing for humanitarian aid. But I can tell you, I've gotten emails from Democratic groups attacking Biden tonight for not doing enough on Palestinians.
I think, first of all, Rashida Tlaib is Palestinian origin. If it was Puerto Rico that was being
Formerly
bombed,
Fox.
Geraldo now.
Yeah, now he's on
doesn't-
CNN.
He's on CNN
Which is
now.
probably where he belongs.
Sorry, we continue.
I would have, deep emotional investment in it also. I feel awful for everybody on both sides. It's one thing to say Israel is protecting itself against this awful crime that was committed against the Jewish people. But it's another thing when your kinsmen, your landsmen are being bombed as Israel tries to get Hamas, get the mass murderers. There are 1,500 mass murderers that are hiding in the tunnels under Gaza. So I feel for her. I feel the anguish of her and others similarly situated. But this is a terrible, terrible crisis Israel is facing. The Palestinian people also. What happens when Israel sends the forces into the tunnels to get those hostages out? Will the hostages survive the worst hostage crisis in Israel's history?
The one thing I don't understand is that I understand why they're telling everybody to leave.
Yeah.
From the north to the south. I get that. But what's stopping Hamas from leaving?
True.
You know what I mean? Like if the point is to fight them, then I understand wanting to be, human beings and make sure to lessen the amount of civilian casualties.
Right.
But you're also alerting the enemy that, oh, by the way, we're going to attack you in a week.
And what's preventing them from skedaddling?
Exactly.
This is, and I think this is the takeaway from her absurd emails that she's allegedly receiving from Democratic groups. This goes to show you how bad it is for Joe.
Yeah.
Joe did not satisfy anybody on the right last night, and Joe did not satisfy to a high enough degree of those that want more pro-Palestinian support.
Yeah.
So Joe's taking it on the chin from both sides today.
It's true.
Which might explain all of his approval ratings.
All right, real fast, let's go through some of the audio from Jim Jordan, still running for speaker, I guess. He said yesterday, then he backtracked, and then he went back in, and now he spoke earlier. I don't know what he said. We'll monitor that. But anyway, yesterday he said that he's still running for speaker, and he plans to go to the floor and get the votes to win the race. Cut 4.
So I'll just say this: we made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go. I'm still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me.
22.
So that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
And then he walked away. He didn't take any questions.
I mean, at this point, the next time we go to round 3, 24 going to vote against him? 26?
Yeah. So earlier, actually just about a half hour ago, he spoke. I just pulled this up, so we don't have the video, but you can hear the audio.
Okay.
He says, we need to get a speaker as soon as possible.
Well, thanks, boss.
Jim Jordan said this just about a half hour ago.
Good morning. So lay out your path. Are you just going to call roll call vote after roll call vote today and tomorrow and into the weekend and try to wear your opponents down? Because it didn't seem like you made any progress yesterday.
Well, you all said that we were going to lose between the first vote and the second vote. You all said we were going to lose 10 to 15 votes. We stayed the same. We picked up a few. We lost a few. I think the ones we lost can come back. So, look, there's been multiple rounds of votes for speaker before. We all know that. I just know that we need to get a speaker as soon as possible so we can get to work for the American people.
Yeah, and I when it's 6 o'clock tonight, I think it's time to get to dinner because it's that time, and we can't wait any longer. You can sit here and say, well, we gained a few, we lost. No, the end result, the net result is you have gone the wrong direction 2 times now. Yeah. And, you can bring up the history of Kevin McCarthy, and that's valid, but the embarrassing point for the GOP is that this is now, we've gone from McCarthy to Scalise to Jordan from January to October, and you're just wasting important time. You really are.
Well, I don't know how he's going to win over some of those GOP lawmakers because CNN yesterday obtained audio of a threat to a wife of GOP lawmakers who opposed Jim Jordan's speaker bid. I pulled the audio. The audio is very graphic.
Okay.
I beeped out everything I could.
They're angry.
Yeah. So this is, but this is, remember, this is a voicemail to a wife, though, not
Right.
to the cut 3 here.
Why is your husband such a pig? Why would he get on TV and make an ass of himself? Because he's a deep state. Because he doesn't represent the people. So what we're going to do is we're going to come follow you all over the place. We're going to be up your ass nonstop. We are now Antifa. We're going to do what the left does because your of a husband gets on TV. Oh, the bad guys, they did so. I'm going to vote for Kevin McCarthy, a piece of who everybody knows, and for his piece of ass to talk about Americans who are actually fighting for Americans as the bad people, says everything about him. So you, your husband, and we're not like the left. We aren't violent, but we're going to follow your ass, every appointment you have, everything you do. Your husband's an ass. You should talk to his stupid ass. We're at war. Israelis being killed, and your dumb husband is acting like a 2-year-old. No wonder. He's a warmongering piece of shit. So listen, you're going to keep getting calls and emails. I'm putting all your information over the internet now. Everybody else is, and you will not be left alone because your husband, Jim Jordan, or more conservative, or you're going to be molested like you can't ever imagine. And again, non-violently.
Non-violent molestation?
Glad they said that.
Yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
You must be a bitch to marry an ugly mother like that.
There you go.
What a coward.
Very
now,
very helpful, by the way.
Worth noting that these lawmakers have their contact information on their government website.
Not the wife, though.
No, but you can find the office of your representative and leave a
That
voice.
came to his wife's
That's
cell
his
phone.
wife's
How'd
cell
they get
phone?
her?
That's
Are we
his wife's
sure?
cell phone.
We're
Yes.
sure. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's obviously out of line. And also what I do think is also out of line, even though it's public knowledge, a lot of these social media conservative influencers that are mad about the 20 or the 22, and I am as well, posting in a tweet all of their phone, like, let the people go find it. You don't need to dox your own people, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think that's a really bad look. And then, okay, I understand if you want to follow them, although I think that's very creepy and disturbing. But then you're going to try to say, use the word molest, but non-violently. What? Dude, like that guy, that's where the old 411 needs to come into play and track down that guy, and he needs to be dealt with by the authorities.
Well, I think here's what I read between the lines here on this one is that if that were to, because we all have their office numbers, right? I was giving out the office, the main number, and you go through the switchboard, or you can look up their private information as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it went to the wife's phone could lead one to think that maybe an insider gave out that phone number.
You think planted intentionally?
Mm-hmm.
Or
and I think that's why they're
Okay.
so PO'd, because they're saying, this is not to the public official.
Mhm.
This is to the wife of the official.
Right.
And even though at the very end they say, non-violently, of course, but when you say, like, I'm going to be Antifa and this and that, there's a veiled threat in there to a spouse.
Yeah, you don't do that.
And who gave out her cell phone number is not a public number. She is not a public person.
I had this happen to me when I was doing sports.
But you're a public person.
Well, but here's the thing. There was the Penn State Jerry Sandusky stuff. And a lot of Penn State fans in this area that didn't like how hard I was criticizing Penn State for protecting and turning a blind eye to a predator for the sake of winning football games. And I'll never forget, there was 2 or 3 people that looked up my wife on Facebook and were messaging her angry stuff about me, to which I said on the air, if you have a problem with what I say, you can always call the show, tweet me, Facebook me at the time when I was on Facebook. Don't search my wife and look up my wife. Like, she has nothing to do with what I say.
But they were going to her public social media accounts.
Correct.
They did not find her private cell phone number.
Valid
and so
point. Yep.
right, and so that with this, what I'm hearing from folks I'm talking to, the what people are inferring here is that somebody was giving out the private cell phone numbers
Mm-hmm.
of the spouses or significant others of lawmakers.
Right.
That's going way over the top.
Absolutely.
A lot of people on the YouTube chat are saying that could be a fake too.
Could be. You never know. Like we've been just talking about what you trust in the media these days. You have no idea.
One more, then we have to break. Newt Gingrich yesterday, who knows something about being a speaker, especially upending an opposing party, let loose on the House GOP. He said, "This is the most disgraceful behavior by Republicans in my lifetime." Cut 7, Newt Gingrich.
I mean, these folks have got to calm down. The level of anger, the level of hostility in the conference, all of it started by 8 traitors, that's what they were, traitors, who abandoned their party and allied with the Democrats against 96% of the Republican Party with no idea what they would do if they won. They have caused chaos, they've embarrassed the Republican Party, and they've weakened the United States at a time when there are 2 major wars underway. And it's really, truly, I think, the most disgraceful behavior by Republicans in my lifetime.
Wow. And he's referring to the voicemail?
No. He's referring to the 8.
Okay, that did not go with Jim Jordan.
No.
I'm missing the context of if
he's referring to these 8 people that ousted Jim
McCarthy.
Yes.
Okay.
And then had no plan for what they were going to do next for a speaker.
This is what I mentioned with Matt Gaetz a few days ago when I did my Jim Jordan big take. Like, Matt Gaetz, you wanted to get rid of McCarthy. That's great. I did too. And your plan was what? Because your plan right now is backfiring. So this again goes to what I keep claiming, that you have people that are just out there seeking attention for their moment, for their, hey, so that I can add this to my resume and my Wikipedia page. And if it doesn't work, then what happens? Because if Jim Jordan's not the solution and Steve Scalise is not the solution and McCarthy and Scalise are more moderate rhino and Jim Jordan's on the opposite. So where's the happy medium at? Again, it's always great to sit there. This guy stinks. Wait, what's your plan B? It's easy to criticize Joe Biden. What's your policy to do better? Like, again, I think that's like the main thing that you have to have. It's easy to pick at something, but what is your plan to fix it? That's the more difficult thing. And if you can't get what your plan is, then you have egg on your face. And I think some of these people have egg on their face today.
Well, hearing what we played earlier of Jim Jordan, that he just made the announcement this morning 40 minutes ago that he's going to continue to do this. So it's not over in his eyes.
He's got 12 or 13 more rounds to get to the McCarthy level.
Yep.
Benjamin Phillips says, by the way, it's Abby Phillip, not Phillips. We took away the S when we disowned her. I don't know what that means, but is it Abby Phillip?
I have no idea.
Is there no S on the end?
I have no idea.
Whatever.
I know. I love these people. Abby Phillip.
Hang on.
All the things that we say on the show, you pick up on the S or the non-existing S.
He's correct. It's Abby Phillip.
Who the hell has their last name Phillip? It's Phillips, right?
We don't care.
I know. I don't care either.
Don't watch her. Listen to Kayal and Company.
I can't believe she's hosting the 10 o'clock slot on CNN.
Yeah.
No wonder why they get no ratings. She has less command than Caitlin Collins.
I think she's actually very pretty.
I didn't say she wasn't
I like
pretty.
her whispery kind of delivery, but not on that network.
Yeah.
She should just do straight news. She's a good presenter.
Maybe Channel 10 or Channel 10 will hire her.
She'd be great on a local station.
Yeah. She'd go on Channel 10 at 4 o'clock.
She's talented, but they've ruined her. It's almost like they all put them through indoctrination and have them do the same kind of delivery as Anderson Cooper.
Yeah.
And so the more I see her on there, she's like changed, and she's like, Henry, how he does that whispery weird. And Caitlin Collins too.
Yeah.
They're all saying, "Oh, be like Anderson and try to be you."
They're all low energy.
Anyway.
Low
energy and like a whispery, weird delivery.
But not the Joe Biden whisper. That's the creepy whisper. Daddy owes you. 8:45. We will come back, wrap it up with Dawn Stenzelin's Big Three, and then also kind of an interesting, fun story locally in Pennsylvania. What should be the age limit for trick-or-treating in Pennsylvania? Might have a little comment on this when we come back.
Age limit?
Age limit, yeah.
Okay.
And this is a local story from Fox 43.
So, like, what age can you go up to, right?
Correct.
So, like, 16, 15, 13?
Correct.
Okay.
38,
Gotcha.
you name it. Yep. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Kayal and Company back after this with Dawn's Big Three in a moment.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. Actually, do it right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg because you have to bet on this Eagles-Dolphins game on Sunday. The line is -2.5. I don't know. Maybe they're seeing something I don't, but I think the Eagles are a lock for this weekend, Sunday night. So, yeah, you can place a $5 bet, get $200 in bonus bets on this bet, and you'll be good to go. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of the 1210 WPHT and of the NFL. The NFL, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are so many discounts and offers at Cherry Hill Volvo. This 30-second spot is not enough time to share all the benefits of purchasing or leasing a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Discounts and incentives for this month start at $5,000 and can be as high as $11,000. Purchase or lease a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo now and take advantage of these fabulous discounts and offers. Visit us soon for the best selection of Volvos. The entire Cherry Hill Volvo team is waiting to partner with you.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Ignatius Church in Yardley, Saturday, November 4th, and at the Sillersville Theater on Saturday, November 18th.
Show is awesome. Wonderful. Excellent.
Show was awesome. Merrill Reese was really funny. I thought the Charles Barkley stuff that he did was funny.
I actually looked him up online. I was kind of scared.
That's Conklin's comedy show at St. Ignatius Church in Yardley, November 4th, and the Sillersville Theater on November 18th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, you know life throws you curveballs. Stress, anxiety, and unhappiness. I'm Dave Raymond, keynote speaker, and yes, the original Philly fanatic. And I want to talk to you. I've been sharing my message around the world. It's a message about how fun and happiness can make the world a better place and can save your life. Contact me now at DaveRaymondSpeaks.com. I'd love to speak for your team at your next company outing, conference, or meeting. See you soon at DaveRaymondSpeaks.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Those crazy nights I do remember in my youth. I do recall those were the best times, most of all.
8:49 Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company, closing in on the final hour of the week. 9:30 this morning, the debut of the email bag, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, where we will read your emails as well as ask us anything on YouTube, Twitter, the phones, any way that you can ask a question to us now or when we actually started at 9:30. You do so.
Yeah, I'm getting actually a ton of emails already. Like since you gave out the email last time,
yeah,
people are emailing. So
if you guys need his social security number or address, I'll give that as well.
I won't be able to get to all of them, but I will be able to get to some of them. So whatever we don't get to this week,
that's correct. Questions could be for Greg, Dawn, or myself, and We will answer them on the fly to the best of our ability with full transparency.
Yeah, and Daniel, I believe, is taking the questions right now on YouTube. So head over to YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHG. Please subscribe, and if you want to ask us a question, you can. There's a chat there. Just put the question in the chat, and Daniel will flag it for us.
And if you want to molest us, just do it non-violently, as that phone call voicemailer said. Which, by the way, yes, I am aware that you can use the word molested and not have a sexual connotation to it for those that are sending in those correctional tweets that we love to get. So, yes, well aware that can be used in a variety of settings, like Jalen Hurts went unmolested on Sunday Night Football because Lane Johnson protected his quarterback at all costs.
Nobody says that.
I know. So there you go. For all those people out there. All right, 8:51. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's news. It's time for the Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And good morning, Big 3 at 8, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Other news of the day. Let's take you to Berks County, Pennsylvania, where authorities say they've made more arrests in a huge drug operation that they say involves 29 people and involves the Mexican cartel.
Oh, from the closed border.
Yes, the secure border, border, as it were. So the FBI assisting in the situation, as well as state police, but they have nabbed a man in Texas, 2 other people turning themselves in. Police picked up another person at a traffic stop, and that leaves 7 others on the loose. In total, the drug operation involves 29 people. And the goal here, as they say, is getting people, these dangerous individuals off the streets. They are selling they're selling drugs. And this is a great move and a victory for Berks County. The DA there, John Adams, speaking out, saying authorities got their first break in the case when Pennsylvania State Police made a traffic stop, something that here in Philadelphia, because we have our equity laws, can't really do, but they can do it in Berks County, made this traffic stop on I-78 in Berks County, and that's when they saw 9 kilograms of cocaine and a loaded gun in the back seat.
Wow. I saw a ridiculous story this week from Axios that they were trying to make the argument, and the headline was why the United States border being an open border is nothing more than a myth. And they talk about all the resources and the amount of people that they have funded to go down there and help compared to where we were 30 years ago. Yet we still have record numbers coming across. Last month, 304,000. So it seems like, and I would actually argue it makes your article and your defense of the border being open a myth even more laughable, because you've actually put more resources into it, and yet you still have the opposite effect as far as keeping people out. But I digress.
Yeah. I mean, 11,000 people a day.
Yeah.
I can't even, think about 11,000 people. It's a huge building full of people, right?
That's
a day.
That's about 20% of the Eagles stadium for a sellout. So imagine taking all the fans from the goal line, the back of the end zone, up to about the 20-yard line, and then ushering them out and shipping them through the southern border every day. And let's see how quickly that adds up.
Well said. Mind-boggling. We're watching the markets this morning as the Fed Chair Jerome Powell, because it's all about the economy, said the Fed could raise interest rates again if U.S. economic growth appears persistently strong. But the Fed has raised rates to their highest levels, obviously, since 2001, hoping to curb price pressures by getting businesses and consumers to spend less, unfortunately. So now they're saying that soaring bond yields could actually help the Fed slow the economy, further cooling inflation and possibly signaling the end of these rate hikes. So we're keeping hope alive this morning, but he stopped short of declaring victory, citing the economy's resilience, saying tight policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. So we're watching this very carefully as the 10-year Treasury yield was close to breaching 5% yesterday. And so as we look at that, another story number 3, looking at candy companies, we think about Halloween. I've already started buying my big bags of candy for Halloween, right?
You give out
yes.
Yeah, you put the front light on the porch on and sit out there. And...
I do. We don't get as much traffic, but I will bring it to the kids. I'll drop it off to the kids' schools, family, friends, that sort of thing. If we don't Yeah, so I have a lot.
Okay.
I'm always ready.
Good.
But as far as Nestle, the candy maker, they're developing companion products for weight loss drugs because they're looking at all these numbers and fearing that drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy and all these different diet drugs that are highly effective, that they're actually going to change the junk food market.
Okay.
And so Nestle shares actually fell a bit this month after, and other candy makers after, remember, Walmart, which is the world's biggest retailer, saw a pullback in food, especially candy consumption.
Wow. Okay.
And so now they're revamping the way they make the candy for new products for people who are on the weight loss drugs to ensure that they don't suffer if people start cutting calories and stop buying their candy.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. I was looking for different news of the day, a lot of economic news to come out this morning, but the food giant Nestle, their CEO, speaking out and just saying that they're concerned about this with Americans tightening the belt, if you will.
Yeah.
And thinking about not just the economy, but as well everybody trying to diet.
Yeah.
Because we have an obesity crisis.
Well,
so
if you cut out the
looking at-
candy, you can tighten the belt even further. You can get into that little hole that you haven't been able to get in a long time. It's like Chris Christie. If Chris Christie changed it up a little bit, he'd have a couple other boat holes.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Exactly.
Fit into those jeans. But so I don't know what that, they're not revealing, are they? But it looks like they're changing the formulas to maybe have things that have artificial sweeteners, less carbs, less calories.
Okay.
There we have it. Consumer Cellular sponsors our Big Three, offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as all the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click away or a call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Let's see, do we have time? I guess we have time to get into this trick-or-treating story. All right, you know what? No, let's save it for the others. I don't want to rush through this in 90 seconds.
Thank you.
So we'll do that on the other side. What is the age limit for trick-or-treating in Pennsylvania? We'll get to that. We've got our Ask Us Anything in our email bag coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then in between that, cancel culture needs to come for college kids for defending Hamas. So says one opinionist for Fox News. Why I disagree with that when we come back. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, Dawn Stenzel with a word for QC Kinetics.
Parks,
yes. Forget everything I just said.
Well, because you were at Parks last night and you were there late with Zioli and Joe Conklin, right? And it's always a great time at Parks, isn't it? And October, this is the big day today. Parks Casino and the $50,000 Trick or Treat Treasures. It's on. When you're going to have a close encounter with a creepy claw machine. So winners are selected every 20 minutes today, Friday, October 20th. Oh my gosh, so much fun. Earn entries now for your chance to play the creepy claw with the $50,000 Trick or Treasures only at the #1 casino, Parks Casino. Plus, the hottest entertainment. Keep you coming back for more. Thousands of state-of-the-art slots, 115 table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast. And, of course, I mentioned Joe Conklin's comedy night. Last night, Zioli was there, New York's best club comedians. And let's take you to tonight, Friday, October 20th, comedian Michael Blaustein. Then for November, look at the lineup. November 17th and 18th. The 17th, Howie Mandel. Air Supply is the 18th. And then the 30th, Aaron Lewis on Thursday, the 30th. Michael Carbonaro, Friday, December 15th. Martina McBride, December 16th. Parks, the ultimate destination for all the action, excitement, entertainment. Remember, free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations. Visit parkscasino.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop the sleigh bells. It's way too early to think about the holidays. Or is it? Because if you start right now at the Fall into Savings sale at Colonial Marble and Granite, you could be unwrapping a gift to yourself with beautiful new granite kitchen countertops for just $1,999 fully installed. And come the holidays, that will be something to celebrate. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends October 23rd. Visit colonialmarble.net for more details.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-357-6499. 800-357-6499. 800-357-6499.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, I think we're lost again.
Wait, what does that sign over there say?
Caution wildlife crossing?
No, next to it.
If you're 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. Ouch, I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Calling on Harleysville to follow 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
.905 Friday morning. Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. At 1210 WPHT on social media. Morning mystery movie clip in about 15 minutes. 9:30 this morning. The debut of the email bag. And Ask Us Anything. Email Greg Stocker with anything on your mind. Greg.stocker@odyssey.com. And you can ask us anything in the YouTube chat, on Twitter, on the phones. And we are stockpiling questions like Iraq was stockpiling WMDs 20 years ago.
So the Ask Me Anything thing is a little different because the emails are not questions. Some of them are just statements and well, it's stuff that they want us to bring up.
Okay.
Like just a little tease here. Stephen, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, wrote in about some ballot shenanigans happening in New Jersey. So
we can
it's
address
stuff like it's stuff like that they want us to address.
Right. And everything's on the table with the Ask Us Anything.
Yes.
Even if you want to be as lazy and lame as posing the question of whether a hot dog's a sandwich, which we've established like 40 years ago. But, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Let's try to be creative here. Let's get a little wild and crazy here.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to ask us a question. Just it's in there in the YouTube chat. Daniel is in the midst right now of collecting them all.
Okay, there we go. All right, so speaking of collecting, a lot of people will be collecting a lot of things that are not good for you in the next week or so with Trick or Treat right around the corner. And I saw this story from Fox 43. I'm not really sure where Fox 43 is. I'm guessing somewhere out in Midwest Pennsylvania or out towards Pittsburgh. But what is the age limit for trick or treating in Pennsylvania? So
Harrisburg.
That's a Harrisburg affiliate?
Harrisburg, York, Lancaster, Lebanon.
Okay, beautiful. Thankfully, there's no trick-or-treating age limit in Philadelphia, which obviously means all people of all ages could show up for candy and fun. But according to a USA Today survey, more than a quarter of adults believe that children are never too old to trick-or-treat. A live poll with over 12,000 votes has almost 50% of participants claiming you're never too old to go door to door. In that same poll, 77% of participants said that there shouldn't be an age limit on trick-or-treating. In some places, though, there are laws banning certain age groups from participating in the Halloween tradition. For example, Chesapeake, Virginia limits trick-or-treating to kids 14 and under. Trick-or-treaters, if they get caught, could be charged with a Class 4 misdemeanor. I mean, I'm all about law and order, but that seems a little excessive. So if you're 15 years old and they find out you're doing it, they would hit you with a Class 4 misdemeanor. I'd be stunned if they actually enforced that on the books. And Upper Deerfield Township, New Jersey, has had a trick-or-treat age recommendation for over 30 years that advises against trick-or-treating for kids over 12, which seems a little get-off-my-lawn-ish. But action has reportedly never been taken. In Belleville, Illinois, a law actually forbids children over the age of 12 from wearing a mask. Yes, and I think no kid should wear a mask because if you get COVID, it's a different mask. I'm sorry, it's a Halloween mask. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I would say if Nick Kayal was running the world, I think 16 is the cutoff.
16?
Yeah, like 17 and 18-year-olds, juniors and seniors in high school. No,
16 is too old.
You think 16 is too old?
It's way too old.
What, you think 14? Like 8th graders, freshmen in high school?
In Chestnut Hill, we go around and they give out wine.
Oh yeah,
the parents.
I've noticed that. Like the adults, it's like an opportunity to give out booze.
Yeah,
but like
so it's like a little people come to their door. They either have beer or they have like the bottle of wine. Here's the pour.
In this day and age of Bidenomics, I'm not giving out candy, much less booze.
JC3 says age 12 should be the limit. I agree with that.
What?
I think 12.
12 seems
Can I tell you something?
young. Yeah.
Nobody should have a limit. Nobody should have a limit. Usually the big kids, especially in this day and age, especially like in Philadelphia, the big kids go with the little kids because they're the chaperone, so the parent doesn't have to go.
Yeah, but they don't have to. They don't have to go up and ask for candy.
Well, that's true.
Usually they're too cool to do it anyway. But so what? If you're the home, I don't care. Give them a little candy.
So what do the big kids do? They stand on the curb and just watch the younger kid go up to the porch and get it, make sure that everything's okay.
I don't mind it.
12. Yeah, I agree. JC3, you and I are on the same page.
Disagree.
12.
So,
12.
All right. So Dawn says basically anybody at any age.
Yeah. It depends. Let the people decide. Because the neighborhood really will decide.
All right. So let's expand this conversation.
No, wait. Let me just say this because I think we're conflating two different things here.
Okay.
It's going out dressing up and walking around on Halloween and then physically going up to people's doors and asking for candy.
Yes.
Physically going up to doors and asking people for candy is like 12, 10, maybe 10.
So what's the cutoff for dressing up for Halloween?
You can dress up for Halloween at any age.
A show suggestion here.
Okay.
I think, what day is officially Halloween? Is it during the work week coming up?
Yeah, it's a
31st?
Tuesday. Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
I think since we do this show and have a visual component, I think we should do the show in a Halloween costume. I think we should all come dressed up for the show that day.
I am 100% in agreement with you.
Like I might I'll pull out my Batman costume and I will do the show as Batman.
The one wild card is as she is in everything that we do is Dawn Stensland. Will she dress up?
Yes. The straw that stirs the drink.
I have to think about it.
the journalist of the program, Dawn Stensland, questioning the
Why do you have
answers
to
and
think
answering
about
the
it? You just
questions.
said that any kids at any age can go and dress up, so dress up for the show.
Well, then I'll dress up for wine if you want to, so
Yeah,
are we
we'll bring wine, and we'll do the show in Halloween costumes, and the 9 o'clock hour will be off the walls, more than it normally is. I'm all for that. I will be in costume for Halloween Tuesday on Kayal and Company. So if you haven't hit the subscribe or like button, do it, because you're going to want to be able to see the big take with me donning the black caped Crusader outfit.
Well, that's just like, what if we're in the middle of World War III?
That's fine.
And you're in
I'll deliver the big take, which will be
Batman
better than what
costume.
Joe did last night from the Oval Office.
Oh.
And then I'll quickly get on the Batcopter and fly over and end all the wars.
Peter S. asked the question of the day, Nick.
What's that?
Clooney Batman or Kilmer Batman?
They both suck.
Exactly.
It's Keaton or Bale. There's no in between.
Thank you.
And Adam West from the original TV show in the 60s.
Old man Dudley wants you to dress up as Elvira, Dawn.
Elvira?
Yeah.
Elvira. I was thinking Barbie.
Better than Alfalfa.
Do like blonde Barbie?
I don't know. That's
Wonder
a
Woman.
little too risque. You could come as Poison Ivy as the female villain from the Batman movie.
It's so funny because my youngest son, he and his girlfriend are going to a Halloween party, and that's what they're going. He's going to be, what's he going to be, the Joker, and she's going to be Poison Ivy or something.
So is your youngest son
Harley-
still going to go trick-or-treating?
Harley Quinn, maybe, Dawn?
Okay.
Harley Quinn. Love Harley. Yeah.
No. That's what I'm saying.
I love Harley
Is
Quinn.
it the Joker and Harley Quinn, or is it the
No,
Joker and
Poison Ivy. She's
Okay.
going to be Poison Ivy.
Gotcha.
So will your son be going trick-or-treating as well? The youngest one?
No, I think once you're, a sophomore, junior in high school, they're doing parties.
Mm-hmm.
They go to a Halloween party,
The other thing
which
that
is probably at my house, and I don't even know it yet,
Hold on.
but that's okay.
No, you'll find out eventually. The other thing I think is a violation as well when it comes to trick-or-treating on Halloween, you got to stay in your community, in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, if you want to walk as far as you can on your own feet, that's fine. But I have seen people in the past that have gotten into their car, left their neighborhood, their development, their little walking radius, so to speak, and gone way out of the way to get even more. Like, how much candy do you really need? And let's be honest, who can't afford, even with Bidenomics, who can't afford candy? So, you have your 6 to 8 p.m. little window. You start off and it's, still a little bit of daylight. And then the final hour and 15 minutes are dark. I remember when we were taking my girls in Nashville from 2019, 2020. Actually, no, I don't think we did it in 2020 with the pandemic. Did it again in 21, and I was back up here so 19 and 21. I'm telling you, you say, oh, it's a 6 to 8 window. That's the longest 2 hours of your life as a parent. I really believe that. Like, I looked down at my watch. It said 6:45. I looked at Chris. I'm like, we still have an hour and 15. Their bag is already full.
I cherish it. I remember when we were still on the Zioli show one afternoon, and I still bring it up to Larry because I was like, just wait for me. And I rush to Mount Air, and they're like, nope, we're done.
Yeah.
And it was like, are you kidding me?
Uh-huh.
Because it's like, when they're that age, it's so sweet.
So,
It's great memory.
10 years ago, when we had our house in Bethlehem before I moved to Nashville, we had nothing to do, and her brother and sister-in-law came over. So we just, hung out, and I dressed up as Mike Myers from the slasher movies. And I said, I'm gonna put a basket of candy on the porch, and I'm going to sit on the porch in a chair as if I'm like not alive, like a stuffed animal, stuffed doll.
That's so funny.
We put the thing up and had a sign, please grab one from the bucket. And I sat there for about the first 30, because then eventually my back started to hurt, and I was like, I'm done with this. I sat there for about 30 minutes, and people thought I was not real. I had the jumpsuit on, the hair, the white mask, and I would make little subtle moves and scare the hell out of like 8-year-olds.
Kevin Pools writes that you should, Dawn, you should dress up, get a blonde wig and dress up as Ann Coulter.
Oh, that's a good one. With Chardonnay and diet drugs. By the way, it's Poison Ivy and Riddler.
That's correct.
Yes. That's the couple.
Jim Carrey was the Riddler
Yeah.
in that movie. I think it was Selma Hayek played Poison Ivy, but I could be wrong.
All right, so what's the age limit?
For trick-or-treating for kids?
Yeah.
I'm going to come off as 16. I'm going to go 14.
16? Why do we have to make an age limit? It shouldn't
14.
be.
14. Dawn.
Some municipality, no age limit. The
Dawn,
government
go
should
with the
say.
bit.
The government should stay out of Halloween.
Nobody's saying the government needs to be involved in this. I'm just saying, what is the age limit for when should kids stop trick-or-treating?
You're never too young and you're never too old.
She's saying no limit.
No limit.
She's all
no
in.
limit.
You're really bad at this.
Maxing it out.
No limit.
Nope.
I don't. It's a day to have fun.
Yeah.
Just have fun, and it should be ageless.
It's also a day of anxiety because you have to go through the candy. And I know that people, if we did that in the 70s and the 80s, and maybe they don't do it. I would argue now more than ever, now is the time where if you have a child, you should go through and examine the candy.
Especially the dark chocolate.
I'm serious. Razor blades could be laced with fentanyl.
Yeah,
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah.
Just stick to neighborhoods you know.
And by the way, I would say this too. And we don't have to sit here and rank the candy because I'm not a huge candy person, so to speak. I used to love when people would give out bags of party mix. I'll take the little,
What's wrong with you?
The old 25-cent bags of party mix.
What do you mean? What's that mean? Party mix?
What a terrible
Remember
take.
what's in the vending machine?
Yeah,
It's
terrible,
like
terrible take that
Doritos,
is, yeah.
pretzels, corn chip.
Yeah, corn chips. Somebody likes corn chips.
You were not a party mix fan?
Horrendous.
Oh, I loved party mix back in the day.
Terrible take.
I might grab a bag during the next commercial.
Okay.
Eat it on the air. Drive you guys nuts.
Please don't.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, 916-855-839-1210. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up in 4 minutes. And, of course, ask us anything in the email bag at the bottom of the hour. But the last story of the week that I want to get to is one story that was written by Carol Markowitz of Fox News. And she says that cancel culture needs to come for college kids defending Hamas. And she makes a very interesting point. And while I do believe in free speech, I don't think that includes hate speech. And if the defense of Hamas, like we've heard some of these professors and some of these college kids, where they have wanted death or they've, taken jubilation and exhilaration and some of these words that we've heard into Jewish people dying. I am okay with that, drawing the line there at hate speech and also cancellation, because I think, and this is different from, the left canceling people for speech and then the right coming back with the boycotts of Bud Light and Target. Remember the story we gave you of the one social media influencer, Zayana Bryant? Remember this story in the University of Virginia where the bullying from these left, and this is Carol Markowitz verbatim here, the bullying from these leftist authoritarians was irrational and deeply harmful. Morgan Bettinger was expelled from the University of Virginia because she was accused by leftist activist Zayana Bryant of saying that the Black Lives Matter protesters would make good speed bumps. There was zero evidence that Bettinger had said such a thing, but it didn't matter. She was expelled from the university despite the fact it was not true. And the left came out and said, this is not cancel culture. This is consequence culture. This is the repercussions you will face. So I do believe, and I agree with Carol Markowitz here, if you say something that is absolutely agreed that 99 out of 100 rational adults view as hate speech, I do think some of these college kids should be canceled. Now, it doesn't mean they should never be able to get back into a college. It doesn't mean they should be condemned from getting a job in the future. But let's just say you're a sophomore and you said something really ignorant and you want death to Jewish people. And let's say you were at Penn State and they expelled you. Well, I would be okay with you getting admitted to Rutgers next semester or next year. But in the moment, there should be consequences for actions when we talk about hate speech. And I'm not talking about words that incite others to take actions, because I don't believe what I say leads to somebody else to do an action. I don't believe in that. That's I've been very, very consistent with that. I don't think what Trump said on January 6th led another grown adult to act and break a law or anything like that. But when you are actively on a campus, and we bring up the First Amendment and public universities and the protection it provides, but as much as I believe in free speech, I don't think it should include hate speech to that sort of a level. I'm actually in agreement here, where I think some of these students should be dealt with accordingly. And I don't think that's hypocritical of anybody. And I don't think this has to be a right or left thing. There's consequences for your actions in this lifetime. Like, you could technically walk into a theater and shout fire. Nobody's going to say you can't do that. Just know that there will be repercussions if you do that. So I'm not sure what you think about that, but it was a very interesting article. And I feel like, some people on the right have gotten to the point where they're like, what, the hell with it. I can play the game too. I'll cancel you. I don't believe in that. I do believe in the boycott. Dawn's sitting on Target gift. By the way, if you don't want those gift cards for Target, I need some socks and some underwear for the I'd gladly pick up a few packs if you don't need them. So just figured we'd get that story in here. I kind of like some of the stuff that Carol Markowitz covers and opines about with Fox. So very interesting story and a good example of what happened at the University of Virginia as precedent. All right, 9:20 right on the dot. It is time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I have competition in me. I want no one else to succeed. I hate most people.
That part of me is gone. Working and not succeeding. All my failures has left me. I just don't care.
Well, if it's in me, it's in you.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
The great prize today, another 4-pack of tickets to the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey. If you can identify that movie clip right now, just be caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you get it correct, 4-pack of tickets to the Battleship New Jersey. We'll see if we have our winner when we come back, and then debut at the bottom of the hour of the email bag and Ask Us Anything. We could be regretting this around 9:42 this morning. We shall see. Kayal Company.
So bad. Who came up with this idea?
No idea.
Yeah.
That person should be fired.
They
Actually,
should be.
I think it was Dorenzo.
Anthony, you are fired.
Back after this.
Friday night means high school football around the Delaware Valley, and every week WPHT breaks it all down. It's the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Jeff Nolan, Daryl Dobus, and James Bailey. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
When you volunteer with your local AARP, it's easy to make a difference in your community. Volunteering with AARP could be as simple as taking a walk with a hiking group or being a supportive voice for family caregivers. You can volunteer on your schedule, whether just down the block or virtually from your computer, all while making new friends. With AARP, you don't have to go far to have a wide-reaching impact. Get started today at aarp.org/volunteer here.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles, wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotics Assessment in Walmart today, now in the foot care aisle.
Your neighborhood grocery outlet has the name brands you love, all at shockingly low prices. But do you ever wonder how we do it? Simple. We buy opportunistic items for less and pass the savings along to you. When a brand has excess inventory from packaging or manufacturing overruns, they call us. There's no club membership needed. So, stop by your local grocery outlet today and let the bargain hunt begin.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
The 2-minute warning, the caution flag, the 4. PNC Bank believes in the power of a helpful watch out. That's why they created low cash mode, the new financial watch out that gives you multiple options and at least 24 hours of extra time to help avoid overdraft fees. Low cash mode and virtual wallet from PNC Bank. Available in all virtual wallet products. To learn more, visit pnc.com/low cash mode. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
A little Europe. Final countdown before all hell breaks loose at 9:30. Yeah, hey, guys, hey, Kayal Company, why don't you guys not Ask Us Anything anymore? Because it went really bad the first time. All right, that's coming up in 3 minutes as we welcome you back in. What's on the cut sheet, part 2. Who won Twitter today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Phillies, Eagles predictions, all still ahead. But right now, time to get our morning mystery movie clip winner for the 4-pack of tickets to the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey. And we go to New Jersey, Deptford we go, and we have Damian on the line with us. Is it Damian or Damien? I'm seeing Demian. Damian, how are you?
Hey, guys, it's actually Demian.
Demian, I like that even better. How you doing, pal?
I'm doing well.
All right, what movie clip did we just play for you about 5 minutes ago?
All right, one of my favorite movies of all time, There Will Be Blood.
Yes, that is correct, sir. Congratulations. You got the 4-pack of tickets for the Battleship New Jersey. Thank you for playing. We appreciate it.
All right, take care, guys.
You got it. There he is. He gets to stay in Jersey and go to Camden and check out the Battleship New Jersey. Nice little prize on a Friday.
I like it.
All right. Here we go. Without further ado, Greg Stocker, it is time for the debut of not only your mailbag, but Ask Us Anything.
Yes, this segment is brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. American Heritage Credit Union is a place for first-time home buyers with in-house realtors and a $500 lender credit for new homeowners. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/FTH for details. Loans subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, and MLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring this segment. We'll see how it goes.
And by the way, if just one question I will not tolerate is if I get asked, if I get asked where Dawn Stensland is. No, I'm just kidding. If I get asked why I'm wearing an Atlanta Braves hooded sweatshirt today,
boy.
because we've established this 14 times, and I will not answer. It's like my daughters. I've told you 14 times what the expectation is.
Yeah.
I will not tell you a 15th time. So I will not answer that question.
Okay.
But other than that, it's good.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just wait for Dawn to come back.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. The show,
Yeah.
We start at 6 a.m. I don't know where she goes, but okay. Steve in Cherry Hill, New Jersey writes, Morning. Maybe you guys could mention this on tomorrow's show. So I got a mail-in ballot to vote here in New Jersey. I did not fill it out, wrote a little note how I do not vote anymore because of the mess this country is in.
Okay.
These silvered spoon politicians care nothing about the working class. I told them I'm done.
Okay.
I mailed it back to them. They mail me again saying I did not sign the ballot. I mailed them back. I told them, did you not see the note? I wrote you.
Okay.
Then I get a thank you in the mail yesterday from them thanking me for voting. I did not vote.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think what Donald Trump has been saying all along is right.
Okay.
The elections are rigged. What an effing joke. Steve in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
So my question would be, is that an automated response that you get back from whoever is sending it back? But also, I would, if you're done with the system, if you hate the system, I got it. It sucks,
Yeah.
but it's the system we have. And also, I would say take advantage of mail-in balloting like the Democrats do, and Republicans will actually do better. But that's neither here nor there. Just rip it up and don't send it back to them then. Why give them the form back? That way they can't do whatever you're claiming that they did.
Rick writes, why does Kayal not give Ron DeSantis any credit when he does good things? Ron has not had the best campaign because he looks and sounds odd, but what he does is awesome. Isn't that the point? What you do.
I agree.
He recently did an interview that I heard with Mark Levin on the Odyssey app talking about what he is doing for Israel. He gathered and sent supplies and brought back American citizens from Israel to Florida.
Okay.
He has done more than Biden. Ron deserves credit for that. Sure, he sounds odd much of the time, but he is always at the most important part. But he's awesome at the most important part, the actual doing. We like Trump because Trump did what he said he would do. Give Ron more love.
Well, if you listen to the cut sheet this morning when Ron said he will not back off of his stance on not welcoming a single Gaza refugee, a Palestinian refugee, to the United States, I did give him credit for that. He's very strong and he's dug in on that stance, a stance I agree with. If they are not welcomed by their bordering nations, then why are we opening up our nation for all of these people? I gave DeSantis credit, and look, I do not ridicule DeSantis at all for his policy in Florida. He is an exceptional governor. The only thing I have said is I have lost momentum and faith in him as a presidential candidate right now because he's got a lot of delivery flaws, and right now Donald Trump appears to be the man who's far more equipped to get this country back to where it's not anti-DeSantis. It's just reading the writing on the wall. I mean, if you want to keep riding with a ship that's sinking and dig yourself in, go right ahead. Once I know we're taking on water, I'm not going to be stupid. I'm getting off.
Sid Weiss writes on the YouTube chat, so far the question segment is a fail.
Yeah, it's like doing our radio show. I was hoping for what color underwear I wear.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're waiting for Dawn Stensler to come back. I have no idea where she is.
Dawn, you better keep your
my
mouth
Lord.
closed.
She's checking out the latest Victoria's Secret inclusive catalog.
One day. Wazazro writes.
By the way, how would you act if I was not back in time for a segment?
Our job is to be here when the mic turns on. That's our job.
I mean, sometimes I go 2 hours. I don't even get out of this chair.
Wazazro.
She just ran by. I just saw her.
Wazazro writes, just an FYI, the Odyssey app completely sucks.
Okay.
It constantly stops. I've tried to figure out if the problem is on my end or not. I have given up. I'm now stuck listening to Sebastian Gorka. Yeah, that's your problem. I don't know about that guy, but
I've never been labeled a corporate shill in my life. But I would say this. When I listen back to the show, and you guys know it because I'll send it in the group text, hey, I'm listening back to something. Maybe we can make a promo out of this or whatever. Most of the time, I do listen on the app. Occasionally, I go back and watch on YouTube to break down the tape. I don't run into any issues with the app. The only issue I've ever had with the app is when I left our station and I went to WIP on the app.
Yeah.
And I tried to go back to our station and I had to log out of it or close the app, reopen it, and it wouldn't open. So then I just deleted it off my phone and re-downloaded it.
Really?
It took me all 4 minutes.
Dawn, nice of you to join the show today. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hey.
Okay.
Well, Dawn was hold on.
Look,
I want to pound it and then do like a dry rub. That's right.
We have nothing.
I was preparing for my cooking segment.
We have nothing to do with the Odyssey app. We try and look. If you have issues with it, I'm sorry. Try deleting it or reinstalling it. I don't know.
It's an imperfect world. Screws fall out.
It always works for me. Like when everybody's like, "Well, it doesn't work for me." I don't know. I have it on right now.
Yeah.
Watch.
It's not
See?
Oh, there we are. I'm
Sounds
still talking about.
sounds pretty.
Yeah,
I've had it on
Fabulous.
6:02 this morning.
Yeah, and we're talking about DeSantis again.
Maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. Road Warrior on Twitter writes, this was in discussion to our Kids These Days segment that we did yesterday. Do you remember that? And we were saying that kids haven't changed.
Generation of wimps.
Yeah, that every generation has said that about the generation behind them.
Yep.
Road Warrior writes, no effing way it's the same. No generation compares to Gen X, not even boomers. Well, I would agree with that.
I love Gen Xers. I wish I was a part of your group.
We raised ourselves, no parenting because both had jobs. Our idea of rendering first aid to ourselves was literally licking our own bloody wounds clean like dogs. Well, yes, because we were the first generation to really have both parents working. I can say that for myself,
And
too.
you're 3 years older than me, so I miss your generation, I think, by 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Again, I don't feel like I identify as a millennial.
Yeah.
I think if you've listened to this show, I am absolutely more Gen X.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what you identify as.
Guys can identify as girls, but I can't identify as Gen X. It's unbelievable.
All I'm saying is that look, no disrespect to boomers. Yeah. I'm gonna throw a little. I'm gonna say the greatest generation and then Gen X.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
Like
So
our
wait,
grandparents.
Baby boomers 1?
Our grandparents' generation 1, Gen X 2.
You know, I have had the thought
Baby
of
boomers 3.
wondering what it would have been like to have been born in 1960. I really do. Because I think at this point I would be 63 years old. I would have made a lot of money in radio when there was a lot of money to be made.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have to deal with the garbage today.
Yeah, the three of us really missed that boat,
I
didn't
know.
we?
Like if I would have started out in talk radio in 1988, I'd be on my way to Florida in about 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
We talked about, I guess the other day we talked about college campuses. We talked a lot about college campuses and the indoctrination that goes out, in universities and stuff. And we said, I believe one of you said, kids should either get a trade or go to community college. Deborah writes, my husband taught in a community college for 25 years, and the faculty is just as left-wing as any major university.
Fair point. Although
So-
I do think you get better bang for your buck at community college.
Yeah.
Because you're usually taught by people that practice that in that field in the real world, not just the academia, the academics of the world. Like when I took classes, I went to 3 colleges. I went to Lycoming College for 1 semester in Williamsport, a little Division III school. And then I went to community college for 3 semesters, and I transferred to Temple for my last 2.5 years. I would argue that the best education I got was at the community college and at Temple, not the little private school that I went to for 1 semester that accounts for like 80% of my debt.
Fair point.
Yep.
Laurel writes, Dawn, I listen to you almost daily and really enjoy you and your commentary, usually. Today I heard you praise Biden's speech, saying he struck the right tone in his speech from Israel. Do you really think that referring to Hamas as the other team, like we were playing a volleyball, is the right tone note? Isn't that directly downplaying and minimizing this clearly evil force, Laurel?
I was specifically referring to the point when he talked about those grieving. So I was very specific because I did put down several times, Laurel, the fact that he talked about the other team. I didn't think that was appropriate. But when he specifically spoke to those grieving or to the families praying that their loved ones are safe as hostages, I thought that tone, that's specifically what I was talking about. I'm usually very specific when I'm giving a critique on a speech. So it was specifically about those few sentences that he said that I thought were comforting in his, and that was the first time we had heard him speak when he was in Israel.
Okay. See, it wasn't that bad, was it? I mean, that was the amount of hate that we got for you this week, Dawn.
Slap on the wrist.
Stephen Hawkesson, Delaware. Am I pronouncing that right? Hawkesson, Delaware?
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Hokesson?
Okay, sure. He says, I think the IDF bombing and missiles to prepare the battlefield by clearing IEDs and other Hamas preparations have been thwarted by weather and then Biden's visit. Hamas has now had time to plant new IEDs among the rubble and prepare new traps before the IDF ground offensive. They should redo the artillery and missile prep for Gaza before moving in.
So that's a statement, not necessarily a question.
Well, that's what I
Just
said.
give me the damn 5-day
That's what I
forecast
said.
and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
A lot of these were statements, so I
Mhm.
just wanted to say that too.
Okay.
Steve. Mary writes, love the station and listen to Nick, Dawn, and Rich, and even Coast to Coast some nights. Okay, so your current ads are grating on my last nerve. The screeching voice on the gambling ad makes my skin crawl. I don't know what gambling ad that is. Maybe it's
know.
me. Maybe it's me and my,
Well,
Dawn.
there's multiple companies that
Dawn does
advertise.
one too, so
Right.
maybe it's one of us. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe she's referring to the app. But that's been surpassed by the 611 metal ad. What are you thinking? Makes me temporarily tune out. Poor 611 Metal. I'm sure they need the ad coverage since locally Sullivan Metals in Hatboro is an amazing place. Maybe she works there. I don't know.
Okay.
Free plug to Sullivan Metals in Hatboro.
Uh-huh.
You can clean out your garage, basement, or shed cache in your metals, and then you have the most delicious meal. It's the Penny Cafe. I think this is an ad. I would argue
Very
that,
clever.
If you haven't been there yet, Greg, you need to try it out. Thanks for listening to my rant, and good luck to your advertisers, even though their ads suck.
I would say patronize all of them because without them, you ain't getting us.
She got a sales right now, even though it's Friday and it's 9:40, and there's zero chance that they're listening.
Yeah.
But sales right now is having a field day over that one.
Oh,
That's funny.
Jane is a New Jersey farmerette. She writes, because we were talking earlier.
Farmerette?
Farmerette. Yeah, she's a farmer.
Okay.
Farmerette. That's what a female farmer is
Okay.
called, I guess.
I didn't know that.
Because you were talking earlier this week, about how you went to the hay rides, the
Yeah.
pumpkin patch.
Merrymead.
Yeah, and you paid a fortune, and
Yeah.
Dawn.
I'm still steamed up about it, to be honest.
Dawn stood up for farmers.
Yeah.
For Merrymead especially.
She said, "I would like to thank Dawn for standing up for the farm talk yesterday when the other commentator, I guess that's you, Nick, was talking."
I'm a commentator now.
was talking about how much the corn maze and hay rides cost. Dawn, you are so right about the marginal profits of a far. I don't know what that means. Some years there are very little profits if most people do not know how expensive it is to run a family farm with all the insurance costs, fuel costs, and taxes. Only to mention a few: the liability insurance alone. Blah 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 blah.
Okay.
So there you go.
Again, here was my rant on this.
Okay.
It's $38 for the four of us to ride on the tractor on the hay ride. I got that because you have to fuel that thing up with gas. Gas is expensive. But $34 for the four of us to walk through a maze is
That
outrageous.
they had to create.
Well,
they have to create that. That takes a lot of work.
It was very well. The paths were very crisp.
Yep.
The corn stalks were all trimmed. I mean, it was like I felt like I was Mel Gibson in Signs, walking through the corn path where the aliens landed and stuff like that. But my God, I could not believe that it was almost $100 to do that. We were there for all of 45 minutes, and Kristen lost her cell phone.
One more. This one actually just came in. She asked if her name not be mentioned on the show, so I will oblige.
Okay. Jane Doe.
Jane Doe writes, "Love the show. Rich has the Zioli Army. Think it would be neat if Nick Kayal's company were to include fans, listeners, and not just the awesome co-host assistants. Please forgive me. The term company already is supposed to encompass us listeners. Question for Dawn. Please give top 5 mothering tips, mothering advice. Thank you."
Well, we do incorporate the audience and everything. I mean, you read YouTube comments, tweets,
We're
and
the
emails
most
all morning long.
We are the most inclusive show.
Right. We believe
on
in
the dial.
diversity, equity, and
right.
inclusion on this show.
I read all the YouTube comments,
Right.
even though 90% of them are anti-me.
Mhm.
I read them. I read Twitter comments. I read everything.
And how many times?
And I'm reading everybody's
Right.
emails.
And how many times do you hear me say 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in on the conversation?
Yeah.
That is not me begging for your phone calls because I don't feel like we need phone calls on this show. But when we get them, and I'm not. See, here's the thing: when it comes to audience participation, there's a lot of ways you can participate these days.
Yep.
But the old school way was picking up the phone and calling. I will not hammer a phone number for 4 straight hours with a question. So this is old school sports radio consultant. They used to say, well, you need to pose a question for the audience. They're so distracted with the lives that they live. You need to say, do you think the Eagles can win the Super Bowl? 6-1. Like, I'm not holding your hand. We're having a conversation. You know what we're talking about. If you want to pick up the phone and call, great. And rant.
All right, Daniel Valdez, please hop on the microphone and give us the YouTube questions, comments, Ask us anything. Go for it, my friend.
The first one is from 91 LXXer. He said, "Is Greg monitoring the Kayal Company Men with iPhones feed?"
Yes.
Wait, what's this?
The Men with iPhones feed. Because we discussed that the other day. I think it was Old Man Dudley who said, older men worked. Younger men have iPhones or something like that, or YouTube on their phones.
This is from the Frank Biden picture where his photo was posted.
Oh yeah. No.
Anyway,
I don't know.
I have no idea what any of that means. Okay.
Num Comskull said, "Who's the best dressed out of all three of you?"
Dawn.
It's Dawn 1, Greg 2. I'm dead last. No doubt.
Sid Weiss wants to know, Nick, what are your pronouns?
I actually, it's funny. I don't have my preferred pronouns, but I do use select adjectives.
Yeah.
So that's my answer.
Old Man Deadly wants to say, "You're 45 yards out, facing an uphill to the green. What club does Nick choose?"
45 yards out uphill, 56-degree sand wedge, my most lofted club in the bag. And then I scull it 40 yards past the flag.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you believe he has an answer to that, Dawn? I don't know what the hell he said.
Yeah. Wow.
I have no idea what 91 LSXer was asking, so now we're even.
Chris Abolito asked, "Should it be a crime putting mayo on an Italian hoagie?"
Yes.
1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a crime.
Yeah, that should be punishable by death.
I will either eat my Italian hoagie dry with just the meats and vegetables, or I go a little oil and vinegar, but not to the point where it saturates and soaks the bread.
By the way, if you want to get in on this, youtube.com/@1210WPHD, youtube.com/@1210WPHD.
Soggy Donuts wants to know, what's the intro song?
Our intro song?
Yeah, that's a good question. What is that?
Pantera, I'm Broken.
Okay. I love Pantera. And if you take off the N, it's I'm broke, and that's adequate for this show with me.
Pantera, I'm Broken. There you go.
Yeah. Were you a fan of Pantera's Walk?
Of course.
That's old.
I'm a huge Pantera fan.
Good.
What about Panera?
That's
Panera.
why they're.
When are we going to get Panera to cater our show?
That's why I use them as the. By the way, just another side note. I asked nobody's input on the intro music.
Yeah, that's right.
I just did it myself.
Do I have any say in altering it now?
No.
After I've proven how good the show is after a year and 1 month.
No, because he's the music maestro.
I let him have his little. I don't even want to send him cut sheet stuff sometimes because I feel like I'm imposing on his segment, but sometimes there's some good things I see.
I use 90% of them.
You do, but you're the maestro of that, and I kind of leave that up to you.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Nick's favorite question. Is hot dog a sandwich? As Forsyth asked.
No, it's not a sandwich. A sandwich is a sandwich, and a hot dog is a hot dog, just like a cheeseburger is a cheeseburger.
Where did this conversation come from, by the way?
I have no idea. It's like, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Or those dress photos? Remember, like 10 years ago, there was that dress photo on social media, and we were all debating what we saw. Is it blue or is it gold? There's a lot of these mind-numbing things that just keep me up at night.
Eortho asked, "Does Nick shave his head or is it naturally lovely?"
Shave it every other day, baby. So I did it yesterday. I'll do it again tomorrow. Sometimes I do it back-to-back days. If it's if I do it on Saturday and it gets a little too stubbly on Sunday, and I know we're coming back in to be on YouTube on Monday, I'll shave it again.
This question's for Dawn from Bill Tyria. Do you miss being on TV?
She is on TV every day.
Yeah, I'm
on youtube.com /@1210WPHD. Sorry.
So I missed the more flattering lighting on Fox.
and the paycheck.
Yeah. Well, we didn't even mention that.
Quickly, what's your beef with Ann Coulter?
Uh-oh.
Oh, we've heard this 1,000 times. But go ahead. I love this. This is a great one.
This goes back to, when was this, Greg? We were on Afternoons on the Zioli show.
It was December of blah, blah, blah.
She disrespected our own Rich Zioli. She was on the air for an interview live. She was going out to Berkeley. They were trying to cancel her. She invites Zioli, who he and Bridget just had, I think, their second baby, right? Adopted the baby, the whole thing. And now he goes out there because she invited him, got Delaware Valley Sports to sponsor him. He goes out there, and where's Ann? Ann vanished. Ann Coulter, where are you? She vanished. She just blew us off. To this day, has she ever called you Greg Stocker?
She has not. Nor do I want her to, nor do I care.
So she disrespected our executive producer, Greg Stocker, disrespected Rizzioli, just vanished. We have no idea where she went. Nothing. Like, poof, what happened? And he's out there by himself. Like, you know what I mean?
I know.
So he reported
like me at the beginning of the segment when you were not in the back in the studio. You and Coulter to the show.
I did it. I was in the bathroom.
Okay.
I told him I went to the bathroom in my 28th hour on the air.
God bless you.
Lulu heads. But anyway, so that's when I started saying Ann Coulter, diet pills and Chardonnay, because I just couldn't believe, at some point she could have just called and said, Greg, I'm really sorry, whatever happened. But she never apologized, never followed, nothing.
Yep.
It was bizarre.
Yep. That's a memo. That's a message to future guests on Kayal and Company. Don't dust us, or Dawn will be. She'll cancel you.
We're human beings. If she had called and explained to Greg Stocker, who she had committed to, and he was back and forth confirming with her, you can't just do that to people.
I agree.
That's a sin.
It is.
Ann Coulter. Maybe I will go as Ann Coulter.
Keep it
for
going.
Halloween.
Keep it going, Daniel.
Mango Mush wants to know: do you go to the bathroom with the door open or closed?
Oh man, Kristen used to kill me for this one.
Not open.
Oh, I would go in front of my daughters.
What is wrong with you?
I just don't think. It just
number
slips my
one or
mind.
number two?
Both.
Usually one. Like two, you have to close it.
Well, I think that
can't be sitting down there.
Yeah, the original question was number two.
Yeah, you can't pop a squat and leave the door wide open.
I mean, if nobody's home, sure.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, but if there's people there,
well, I gotta admit, when I'm home alone with my son, and
because you have to watch him.
Yeah, I have to watch him. What do you do?
Right. At that age, yeah.
You either bring him.
Stick a Lego in his mouth, and you're in there.
you either bring him in the bathroom with you, or you leave the door open.
That's
you have
different.
to.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, you guys have both been there. I mean, come on.
Well, I'm at the point now.
Stick up for me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I can't do that anymore, even when I'm around them, because they're 9. So they're at the point now where they can't be seeing it, and they'll remember things and
right. And they'll just say like, "Daddy made a toot," or something silly.
Right.
Where did you grow up in the Lehigh Valley, and what high school?
I grew up in Easton, Pennsylvania, and went to Easton High School.
I grew up in Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, and went to Pius High School and Penn Argyl High School.
St. Pius the 10th.
Yeah.
Whereas I said one time the X. Yep. My old man slapped me. He was the 10th.
Dawn?
Oh, I grew up all over the country. Okay?
Where did you grow up and go to high school?
So
That's the question.
I graduated high school. I didn't even go there all 4 years because my parents moved like every 2 years. So I technically graduated from Farmington High School in Farmington, Minnesota.
Okay.
Which is a school I attended for almost 2 years.
So how old were you when you first made Pennsylvania your residence?
So I've lived here most of my adult life.
Okay.
So I moved here before I was married. For a job.
Okay. Interesting. Did not know that.
So that's why to me, Philadelphia, this is home because I've never lived literally between my parents moving every couple of years and then the TV business paying dues and moving every couple of years.
Right.
So then once I moved here, I was like, I'm not moving again.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Right.
No matter what.
Keep going, Daniel.
Will the morning show have remote broadcasts in the future? Shafe wants to know.
Yes.
When?
Whenever
Shafe wants to know.
Sales sells something.
I'm still working on it. But yes, I do agree that this show needs to get out in front of the public.
I agree.
We have some rallies.
We ought to do like a diner tour.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. It costs money to
we need sponsors.
take this radio show out.
Yeah.
So we're more than happy to do it.
And talent fees for going out.
But look, talent fees. Your talent fee
we'll do a
is
live show.
The salary that I pay.
Yeah, there's no. Well, we just need the venue.
Yeah.
We just need the venue. That's it.
Look, if anybody in the listening area wants to host Kayal and Company to come, we're always open as long as the price is right.
Bucks County, Montgomery, Chester, Delco.
Look, we can draw. Here's the thing, too. We can draw a crowd. So, whatever business you have, we'll bring people there.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's worth your while.
I agree. You can see this orchestrated madness live and in person.
91 LSXer says diner tours are for old folkies.
I love a good omelet, so call me old.
We're 91 LSXer, man. Where have you been? You're like my favorite YouTube chatter. Anyway.
I think we need to make the diner great again.
Yeah.
I agree.
On this National Chicken and Waffles Day.
Is that really?
Yep.
I'll be damned.
Any more, Daniel?
Does Fetterman dress Kayal and Company with the exception of Dawn?
Fetterman and I have a couple of things in common.
Look, it's Friday, man. I mean, come on.
Yes.
It's Friday. It's raining out.
Yeah, and I was out with Zioli last night. I had too much to drink.
Shocking.
Glad I came in.
Always comes back to drinking.
Yeah.
It does.
It does.
We need to have
an intervention.
Yeah, we need to have an intervention for him.
And then Wendy Parson wants to know your favorite ice cream flavor.
That's a good one.
Pistachio nut.
You seem like pistachio.
A little too bougie. Should I be like Joe Biden? I love chocolate chip. Not a joke.
I don't know. Give me some sort of dark chocolate ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I like
chocolate.
I like black cherry ice cream.
That's bougie.
Black
That is
cherry,
bougie.
pistachio nut, Rocky Road,
Cookies and cream.
Turkey Hill Graham Slam.
Turkey Hill.
Oh, Graham Slam's fantastic.
Graham Slam is amazing. You have a nice little scoop of that while you're watching the Phillies on a hot night in June. Beautiful.
I thought they were bringing it back, but I guess not.
Yeah. That's it, right?
Mega Much wants to know who goes commando on this. Well, I don't.
What, for this segment? Nobody.
We don't want to know.
Tomorrow when I'm betting on college football, possibly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. All right.
That's it.
So how do we think that went?
I thought it went great.
Okay, good.
Was it good for you?
Yay.
Good, sure. I love having listeners ask us random questions.
Fine by me.
I don't know if the listeners like it.
I share too much of my life on Twitter anyway, so what the hell's the difference?
Yeah.
All right.
If you have, we'll do this as long as you have questions. So
every Friday?
Email me. Well, we'll see.
Couple times a week?
I suggested we do this because I've just been getting a lot of listener emails this week. So I just said it's probably the best time to do it. If you want to email any questions for next week, greg.stocker@odyssey.com. You can email me, or you can tweet, text, whatever you do.
I think Fred's happy now.
Will that make you happy, Fred? Will it?
There you go. All right. It's 9:56. The Dawn Show's coming up in 4 minutes. Should we even try to figure out what she has lined up, or should we just get the hell out and let her get on?
No, ask her.
Okay, Dawn, what do you have lined up today?
I have a lot lined up. We
Yeah.
have a great guest. We have a full lineup today, and I do have an exclusive story that I'm going to break about in Delaware County. So you want to stick around for that and all the updates. So you'll hear from Jim Jordan. You'll hear all about the hot mess in Philadelphia City Hall, as well as in the D.C. House of Representatives. The full breakdown. There's so much going on coming up.
All right. Who won Twitter today, Mr. Stalker?
Who won Twitter?
Newman Price wins Twitter. He says Nick Kayal loves party mix, spoken like a true bourbon fan.
There you go. In my recliner, bourbon on the left, party mix on the right.
Yeah, so there you go.
Okay. That'll do it for us. By the way, Phillies and Eagles. Give me the Phillies to end it this weekend, winning tonight and tomorrow at home and away.
Wow.
And Eagles big on Sunday night.
I agree with you on both.
Okay.
I agree with you on both. So, by the way, you owe Dawn $40.
I'll Venmo her in a couple of weeks.
That's all right. We'll keep it in the pot so we can move it around. I predict that the Phillies clinch it Saturday night with
me too.
Emmy is gonna be at the game with her daddy. So that's gonna be awesome Saturday night. And then I think the Eagles are gonna win.
Okay.
Yeah,
against the Dolphins.
All right. That will do it for us. Have a great rest of your Friday. The Dawn Show is coming up in 90 seconds or something like that. And we will see you Monday morning at 6 a.m.
I'm sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.